dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Hello and welcome to the Verizon Game Changers 20. I'm falling off the screen. I'm so sorry. 2026. How's it going, everybody? This is the Stage 1 Swiss. I'm Riv. I'm here cutting holes in my video every left and right which way. I'm here with Ash. Ash, what's going on? How's it going? How you been?
I'm good. I'm excited to be back here for stage 1 of GC. I think kickoff was just such a fun event to watch to kick off our Game Changers season. And now heading into stage 1 where the stakes are finally on the table is so exciting.
It's going to be absolutely amazing, giving that exposure, all these chances, chance in the limelights for women and marginalized genders here in the Valorant competitive scene. And it's happening again and over and over and over. So we can see all of these fantastic teams coming together, new players, new squads, and some memorable faces that we'll get to as you see the teams here popping up on your screen. You have your Shopify Rebellion Gold, your FlyQuest Red, but there are a lot of new ones coming up here, Ash.
Yeah, a lot of new faces coming into the fray here for Game Changers, but also a lot of returning faces like you were just talking about, not just within, orgs that we know within Shopify Rebellion Gold, FlyQuest Red, Catface, even Ghost Gaming, but also in teams like, don't fool yourselves, like Puppy Thieves. That was the previous 100 Thieves roster, and I know that teams like, Mass Treasure, Frost White, Hyperspeed Golden, again, they are on a little bit of the lower end. There has always been a bit of that tier break, right, within the Game Changers scene, but it's always so nice to see these new talents coming into the fray to really show how they can continue to close that gap and continue to show their talents here on the bigger stage.
Absolutely. And seeing new talents, and Blue Otters getting picked up by Sentinels now. They're Sen Otters and things like that as we go through. Here's a bit of the bracket, how things have been playing out and how they will continue to play out. As you see today, your list is boxed in there. We've got the Shopify Rebellion Gold going up for your first matchup. That'll be pretty awesome. FlyQuest will take on Swim Trek after that. But yeah, the Shopify and Sen Otters game, it's a lot of people are looking at this one, wondering what's going to happen. Are both teams fresh for this?
I'm really excited to see how that is going to go. But the big thing with the complicated schedule, I guess, that you guys just saw on our screens is also the fact that if you lose 4, you are out of the Swiss stage. And if you win 4, you are into the playoffs. That's the most important part here, Riv. But you're talking about the matches that we're going to see today. And that SRG, Sen Otters game, I think it's going to be so fun because we haven't seen these rosters play up against each other. And then another match that we have going on, honestly, today for Swiss stage, we've got a huge treat on our streams. Puppy Thieves, Wadadaa is going to be crazy as well. I'm excited to see this newer iteration of Ghost Gaming going up against Mass Treasure. It's going to be a fun day of Valorant here, Riv.
Absolutely. Looking at how kind of hyped Sen Otters has to be coming out of this, just being picked up with what a run they had, and we'll talk about that. But you're right. Frost White looking to come back with their hit that they had in their first game, and they'll be up there. They'll be ready to watch as we look at Sen Otters here. Badison at the helm, May, Oasis, Sin, and Avery. They pull out the Reyna. They pull out a lot of different things, and it's unexpected what Otters are going to hit you with. And now they're Sen. They're hyped up even more.
It really is. They're one of those teams that marches to the beat of their own drum. We very much so saw that during the kickoff stage of Game Changers earlier on in 2026. And this is a squad that has this very scrappy, brawly kind of play style that we've seen previously. But I think from kickoff into stage 1, even hearing from Badison in their interview just the other week after their win up against TV, they've been working on really refining that kind of identity, because I think we saw the raw mechanics from these players, Riv, really coming to light in those matches during the kickoff stage. But now we're really seeing them kind of, like I was saying, refine the way that they want to play. And although they still have that brawly kind of identity to them, we're seeing a lot more layers in this team.
Yeah, the way they play Fracture, they're split, like I said, coming in kind of with the Reyna is pretty cool to see. As well as just, like you said, playing the beat of their own drum. I think it's, with the metas changing and whatnot, it's only been a week or so since we've really seen that happen, so we haven't seen these teams on too much. So we're going to be learning a bit about them too. So, Shopify Rebellion Gold, they'll always come in playing their own game. We know them to be one of the top teams, even though they've suffered recently within the VCL. I'm going to say suffered. It was just tough games that were very close, and they didn't miss a beat stepping into their first game in Swiss stage.
No, they definitely didn't. Shopify Rebellion, you're also talking about how they're playing in VCL, right? And I feel like we've seen a lot of growth from them in challengers.
Yes.
Even though they did still end up going out 0-4 in that Switch stage, couldn't manage to qualify into the playoffs of challengers, we've seen how much closer those matches are getting up against the other tier 2 teams here. And for SRG, this is a squad where winning is something that you expect from them when it comes down to the Game Changers circuit.
True.
And for very good reason, Riv. This team has been together for so long as a core now. And then adding Dodonut, just a couple of years ago here, she slotted in so nicely. And another team that, despite the meta changes, will still find different ways to march to the beat of their own drum. Definitely not the same kind of brawly playstyle that we talked about with Sen Otters. A bit more of that controlled, kind of slower working of the map there when it comes down to Mel's calling. But this team,
agreed,
it's going to be so exciting to watch.
Yeah, you still see Dodo not picking up the waylay. They're like, you know what? It still works for me. I'll play it a little bit. And then they have, again, those other things that they want to play. Looking at what I believe their schedule is going to be coming up for this one, it's going to be a travel to Pearl with a little layover in Haven, and then possibly some split if we have time. No, if they get there. Pearl, I feel like is good as well. We saw Shopify Rebellion on that be very, very dominant, and it kind of just gets a chess game to Haven. But again, Sen is kind of an unknown with how they can just open up.
Yeah, I really like how you point that out, because for the side of Sen Otters, I keep wanting to call them Blue Otters still, but for Sen Otters, you're talking about how the Pearl is a bit of an unknown. They only played 3 maps when it came down to, the qualifiers heading into this event. One of them being Corrode. So really, in this map pool, only 2 have been shown, and their Haven has looked cracked. I know for SRG, though, their Haven is also insane. I think what's exciting for me in this matchup, Riv, is going to be seeing the playstyles clash. The fact that Sen Otter are that very brawly team that likes to take control of the tempo in the game versus an SRG that has that more kind of methodical, slower approach to these matches.
Yeah, it is going to be the double initiator too. Again, it is, because that methodical approach comes from so much information, just knowing exactly when to go. You can pump fake from attack, you can stall on defense. So I completely agree with that. And Sen Otters, we're going to be doing the Vise, the Phoenix, the Neon. I like this mix.
This is getting really funky here on the side of Sen Otter. I think that we have seen the Phoenix on Pearl every once in a while on games. And I think that for Sen Otters, the Phoenix picks for Oasis slots really well into how they like to play, how they want to be able to, cut off angles to ensure that they can go for a lot of those really scrappy kind of fights there. I'm excited to see these two, I guess, team compositions also going head to head.
Yeah. All right, Shopify Rebellion Gold and Sen Otters going head to head here. It's round 2 for your Swiss stage as we enter into Pearl. I am thinking Shopify may just see what Sen wants to do first. If they're gonna go crazy, if this Neon Phoenix comp really wants to hit things, and maybe just take a B long, take that A lobby space, and see how this Otter team works, because I think they could be explosive and take Shopify off guard here.
Yeah, they definitely could be. Again, a squad that loves to control that tempo and tends to play at a pretty fast pace here as well. Instead, it's going to be a bit more of a contact play this time around. Maria's just going to go for a bit of that jiggle. Actually giving up that space that was originally being held by Sin on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like B is going to be open for the taking, but with knowledge. Noya is going to see what's happening, get ready for that retake. Sin is waiting ever so slow, or quietly, I should say, but Dodonut seeks that out, and now they push forward. They say it's too quiet. We need to gain more space. Noya says, oh no. This could be a good crossfire, though, from Spawn. It's going to be the turn. Oh, my gosh. Blind everywhere. Around. Noya gets taken. Turned around. Backstab there, as it looks like Sen Otters are able to just dip right into Spawn and make this hell for Shopify in the first round.
And again, that's the kind of aggression that you're going to expect to see out of Sen Otters. The fact that they take down the people actually holding that site there and end up chasing Noya all the way into tower, ensuring that they can get that pick and have control of Spawn, making it near impossible for SRG to actually get that retake and break through. And I think that's some of the refinement that we're seeing also from Sen Otters is their ability to play together, I think, has improved so much. We saw a lot of hero moments during kickoff from these mechanically gifted players where they would kind of just run wild, it felt like sometimes, but now they're so much more disciplined when it comes down to playing that numbers game.
You're going to have to be against Shopify Rebellion Gold because they will take every error away. And it looks like Sen was okay. They figured there was going to be a little aggression towards A. They'll hold that mid-space for safety, but Shopify is just putting all their eggs in one basket right now, and it looks like Sen are going to read this really well.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the read on the side of SRG, but still, you know, playing that death ball approach, right? It's regardless if they do get that plant on the A site, Shopify Rebellion Gold, also one of those teams that would be more than happy to just die to the spike explosion, not allow a Sen Otter to get any more of those alt orbs into their pockets, but we'll have to see how the round ends up playing out and which route, I guess, SRG decides to take.
I like this little buy. I was looking over the buy. Guardians, the Outlaw. I'm comfortable with just those tap shots to drop people. And they will retreat. Who stays in sight? It's going to be Sin and Madison.
Yeah, maintaining that backside
Slowly
control.
playing around that knife. Mm-hmm.
It's definitely really nice here, especially with the flash. This backside, like you were saying.
This is the spike death. Oh.
Yeah, it is.
Alexis being a troll. Just allowing Sentinels to have a bit of space to themselves. They'll go get a cup of tea to end this round back in lobby. And it looks like Shopify is going to feel comfortable. Like, really hardly any buys coming in here, too, right? Classic second round. It's whatever. We're either going to death ball into the spike, explosion, or into them. And they get to deny the alt points. It works.
You know what? Just fundamental VALORANT things, right? To just kick off our map.
We wait. Turn the page.
Exactly, exactly. But I want to think about, I guess now, a little bit more about what the approach is going to be from Sen Otter into their bonus round. Because you pointed out the buy previously, and that's something that this team has liked to do historically. It guarantees them a rifle into the bonus no matter what, which we're going to see May slotting in here. And it basically doesn't really look like a bonus, if we're going to be completely honest. It's quite good at contending up against this full rifling round here for SRG. And it's looking like Sen Otter want to just work quickly into this kind of A split. And Noya's already doing her thing where she's floating around the map on these defensive side regions.
Trying to play an anchor smoke right next to stairs. They have the 2-1-2 defense right now, but again, Sentinels is right on the doorstep. Mel's able to play the anchor smoke for stairs so well. And they hold it more. Spam through the smoke? Yes, please, says Shopify. But it is hurting in sight for this team. They need the backup. And guess who arrives in time is the rest of Shopify Rebellion Gold. What a hold from those two in A site.
A flawless one at that here for SRG.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm calling back correctly, actually, this is a team that played Rose, which has like a core of a couple of players on Contact Blue in VCL. And when they played on Pearl, their defensive side was nearly flawless. They only dropped one round to manage to get that reverse sweep to happen. So this defense is something that I think has just consistently been very strong for Shopify Rebellion Gold, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Sen Otter continue to problem solve as this half goes on.
Slowly up towards that door. I think they want to find more of Shopify Rebellion. I think they realize that if too many of them are alive at the end of the round, then that's one of their problems altogether because of how strong they are at retaking the sites and just being a wall to be present in the site.
It's so tough, though, to create some sort of island for SRG to be able to how they pair together.
Yeah. And you're already thinking you can get an angle there and someone's just on your corner.
Gotta go! And again, that ebb and flow, like, they're immediately willing to back off of that art space and go and explore over towards A main, see where the hit's gonna be, but Noya's already got all the information here on the B side.
Noya playing sneaky. Still keeping her hands clean while getting them dirty. Oh, the god, it's just like they come in cavalry style, shoulder to shoulder. What do you do against that? What do you just like a 3-peek every time? Well, we're gonna see what
30
Sen can
seconds
do.
left.
Walking down the street. Looks like it might be rain on this day. We'll see though.
It's a situation where I'm looking for. I was gonna say a save. Sin somehow still gets a double there with the near lineup, but overall, still clean round here for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. It got a little bit scary for a moment, but I do wonder if Riv, maybe a change in tempo is in order here for the side of Sen Otter. I think that when you give SRG that ability to set up well into a lot of those kind of like trap plays to play off of each other, and then also just deny you of that early information, Mel is just so comfortable reading into those scenarios and making those calls to shift over towards one side or the other. And I feel like, again, Sen Otter, this is the squad that it continues to thrive in those like really high tempo, high octane moments.
Yeah, they got the team for it. Hit those flashes, a fast lane, and a relay bolt in the right spot. Okay. Relay bolt's a little throw. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, but how did you get out of that? Oh, Noya.
Careful here.
Just on the edge of her heel there. Takes a little bit of damage in it, but still very healthy. And that was something from Sen, but it almost looked telegraphed. Like Noya was like, wait, I need to back up here. This is a little too crazy.
Yeah.
So they need to find something else now, which becomes even harder.
Definitely does. And then, especially once you have, you know, Dodo on that sniper, she's consistently being set up over one side of the map or the other. This time, it's going to be that full B main control, right? But that also means that SRG, they have a very good read of the space that Sen Otter are taking, the space that they have. They're more than happy to give up that mid because they're so good at those retake scenarios.
They want to share a shot so bad. And props
30
to
seconds
the
left.
Shopify for not giving any heads here. It's going to be a forced play. 30 seconds left here. Count for one. It's like Shopify trying to light up that kill feed in and out of these smokes coming through as well. Very nice damage from Otters here, cracking open Shopify in the A site. Oh, another one too? When Dodonut goes down, this is a very doable now. Time pays off and the patience is there for Sen Otters.
Yeah, Sin also has a Phantom in hand, trying to go for a wrap back over towards A main, but will it be in time?
I don't think so. They're going to come back with one. They're holding, gets nice set of vines down, doing a little bit of damage. Now that pull and just a little noise. Faye says, look at me, eyes
Last
on me.
player standing.
And let Sin live. 10 HP though. Down to the wire. Alexis here to get the clutch. Enough time to play with this spike. Oh, reads the jump, aims high and gets the spam. And it looks like it's going to be through halfway before the fast beep even starts. Alexis knows which wire to cut every time. And what a round the back and forth we're getting from these two.
Really nicely done by Alexis. Just being able to go so wide there made all of the difference. I think that I like the idea from Sen Otter, the fact that the vines were able to deny that first tap from going off, and saving that gravity well was just so important. So despite it being a round loss there for Sen Otter, they've definitely got to be happy with how it panned out, considering the fact that, you know, it was one of those ecos for them. For SRG, bit closer for them comfort, and this side of Sen Otter, talking about that ultimate economy coming in here as well. They've got a lot of great ults to work with, especially that run it back, something that we want to see at Phoenix continuing to scale up.
Main control, another priority for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Who gets tagged? All a little wayward. And now an alt down here. You talked about those. Still quite a few for Sen. They have yet to unfold these. Here's a little bit of that speed, but only for the early space. See if they can keep it going. Straight through with the ult. What is this spamming coming in from Alexis in the side of Shopify in these A plays? They know exactly what those hot lines are, even when smokes are up.
And then being able to pop that null command there as well just completely shut down the rest of Sen Otter, actually following up on the run it back there from Oasis as well.
Enemy marked.
Vision towards Art.
Face your fear. Still waiting.
Utils used so well. They nightfall the site. Everybody removes themselves from the position. No, one tether. Actually, just on the heels there in the opening already from Oasis. A nice wall to buy time for the team. But you know, shooting through something only makes Shopify stronger. And down goes another one for Sen here. But Madison's there to catch the backstab, to catch the rotations on that lurk. 8 bullets left and ready to head into there.
One enemy remaining.
And they find it. These are a battle back and forth. And that's still 3 alive for Sen Otters. So that's a great round.
It is a really nice run, and I like the slight adjustment that they made, right? I know that I called for a bit of a tempo change, and I think that we do see that. Even though it's not like the, you know, off the barrier drop, you have an immediate exchange going on, it's the fact that they're actually showing a little bit of that presence in that early round to draw a bit more of that utility from Shopify Rebellion Gold to try and get a bit more information on who is actually, you know, anchoring on that site, who's playing where, and it's working out very nicely into those mid-round hits here for Sen Otter.
Quiet. There's always this little pacing. And I think this is kind of what you're talking about, where it just gives Shopify enough time to say, we're on very comfortable angles. And they can even back each other up here. They may leave it some time. Yeah, Dodonaut's going to give up mid, but it's just like they can read them over and over to make sure they're in the right place. Alexis towards A. Bell goes down, though. Were they biting off too much?
Oh.
Sarah.
Those darts are deadly from her every single time.
That's wild. That's it looks like they've gained ground, and it's like, no, wait. We have an answer for that. Every time. Every time. They really do have to throw bodies at it. The 1v1 play possibly here from Sin. Besides nothing. Oh my.
Information given.
Timing for both of them. Yeah.
But at least with Dodonut's position in Art, she also heard the rotation from Sen Otter. That's why you see everybody already being called over towards this site. It's not going to be nearly as free as Sen Otter.
Spicy toes. Choice goes down. The ult again, we see that's quite a few in just a few rounds. They're on a few as well with the Guardian, and now the 2v2 situation. Yeah, I was going to say, Sin could throw down the ultimate here, and they can just go in strong and try to force the situation. Plant's going to go down on the other side of the wall. Only a whisper of a sound to be made. And now, they wait it out. We got a lot of time here to see who makes the moves, and they know Shopify Rebellion has to come to them.
Yeah, they do. Opting to both play over towards B along with the Jenny plant there as well. But again, really nice stall here.
That Rose hit it. Could see it just close enough. Can't guard each other on the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the flick. Oh, Dodo Nut. Who else to leave on the box to go for 2 in a situation of a disadvantage other than Dodo Nut? Hitting that. Alexis with another defuse, and Shopify make the right play.
And who would you be like expecting to be on that upper angle as well in that 2v2 situation? Like, that's just such a great micro call being made from SRG for Dodo Nut to choose that position. It's just so nicely done because of the crosshair correction that you have to have on the side of Sen Otter. Now, into a bit of a wonky buy situation here for Sen Otter. You will have a couple of those rifles online as they take their first time out of the map. I think that it's tough. Again, SRG, they're just so dynamic on Pearl, Riv. They're so good at taking that space. You'll see a Dodo Nut either pushing up, having a bit more of a deeper angle over towards mid, over B main, over at A, and then you have Noya, who has so many flexible and different KJ setups in that defensive side as well that allows, you know, that positioning to take place here for SRG, and they're consistently switching it up. And I think that makes it so much harder for Sen Otter to read each round for round as well, because there isn't always a crazy consistent pattern that you're going to be seeing that can be easily dissected with how they're able to, you know, call for those different setups and the depth that they have here on Pearl for SRG.
Yeah, and especially you see like Madison throw up a wall or the Haunt come over. If Alexis is there, she's like, well, I'm readying my knife for whoever's behind all of that info utility. So yeah, we've seen it a few times get hit. The answer is tough. Here it looks like it could be towards that beat. Get the dismiss up into position. And this is kind of the best site to, I feel like, disrupt Noya. You have a lot of that space to just instantly get by the mollies, and they won't do too much damage. But Noya will play life, so he's still going to have that gun there no matter what.
Yeah, she'll either be backing off over to tower or have some sort of way to continue to live into backhaul here as well. Great drone to be called out here by Sarah. It's only going to spot out Sin though. So that, I don't know if that's going to cause like a misread or anything. You already see the players in mid for SRG backing off, leaning back towards that A site, expecting it to be Sin on that lone lurk.
Hold off. Big rotation down street. Nice ult though from Battison to start. That was just the space needed. Oh, unexpected. Who thinks there's going to be another one there at street? Well, Dodanut is running coast to coast already. But a lot of work to be done here because Sen has broken the site. They are all back in hall though. That's a little concerning.
It does make it
might get squished,
awkward.
but this also might be a sick play.
We'll have to see. Depends on the wall that ends up being put out by Mel here as well, because that could also be helpful for them too.
The knife just found all of them, and here it goes. Dodanut. Oh, Ash, not like this. What a find.
I mean,
nicely played.
You have a KO. What are you gonna do? Throw knife back walls on the B retake, right? Like, kind of like bread and butter in that kind of way. Yeah, the information was perfect there from Alexis, but I do want to give a lot of credit to that execution from Sen Otter. I thought it was a really cool idea. You had the stars being placed down over in that back hall right side where they know Noya likes to play, and it ensures that, you know what, you are going to eat the neon override, like no matter what. But overall, I think Sen Otter, we are seeing those glimpses of brilliance, but for SRG, they continue to show their comfort here on Pearl.
It does, becomes that post plant position, right? It's like Sen Otter gets the post plant and SRG's like, you've unlocked our trap card. And they just become so much stronger. So it's kind of figuring out that dance just after the plan. I like this. Dodanut does not feel comfortable here. All they need is the follow-up. Battison is there with the stinger. And now they're going to follow up a little bit more. Yeah, Dagger goes out, but the space is gained. And Sen feel a little bit, or look a little bit more comfortable on this take.
I definitely do. The thing is, you also have the lockdown to worry about here for Noya. And Battison not being able to hold that line makes it that much harder. It's just a bloodbath here. SRG, a clean round retake there coming out from them. A couple bodies fall on their side for Sen Otter, but what are you gonna do? They're on an eco as well.
Yeah. Get that cash. Prior. And then they go down. It happens. But now I think you gotta be getting a better idea of what's going on, right? We've already seen a few of the timeouts, and there, like you said, has been change in the play. So what's kind of that next move? Almost, I know, even in this meta too, and in last meta, it's a lot of pump fakes. It's going up, being able to stop, finding a bit of that util, and draining it out of your opponent, and then, you know, hitting with a crushing blow, because you can still slide in. There is another curveball. You have that vice wall protecting you still.
I think we've seen.
So maybe it's that pump fake.
Yeah, it could definitely be. See the aggression already coming out here for Dodanut to get a deep line.
Ooh, yeah, right on one. Dodanut goes down. They know that Shopify's held the space. Sentinel's very good for going aggressive on it, but an answer is already there for what they're doing, trying to push ahead and cover each other in the space gained by Shopify over at A. But they still have a little bit to work with, and they're moving towards the soft side of the map.
They're bringing that turret. In a way, sometimes I'm kind of surprised at the fact that Sen Otter haven't really prioritized dealing with the KJ utility as much in that early round. Now this crunch towards the B site, I mean, free site for the taking here again. Very comfortable with getting these plants down, but it's about holding that post. That's been a little bit more of a struggle here for Sen.
Using the Prowler to clear up Noya's position of the recent round, saying, if anybody's back call, we got to do it now. All right. Oh, coming through. Avery on one. Another one. The swing goes across, but there's just too much distraction going around as well. Noya and the rest of the team are able to clean up on that round. Another post-plant success here for Shopify. They're just lighting it up after planting. After the plant goes down.
Yeah, I almost want to say that I want to go back to that pistol round in the post plant, right? We're seeing Sen Otter trying to set up for some of these crossfires. Sometimes it's a little bit more awkward because, you know, they don't have the time to actually set up as well as they might want to into those crosses. But with knowing the fact that Alexis's 0 point has been such a problem for them, I'd like to see them getting a little bit more aggressive again, trying to take control of either B-Link or into CT. Since that pistol round, we really haven't seen that much of the control of the retake lanes that I would like to see out from Sen Otter in the post.
Yeah. You mentioned that Alexis knife. It can be quantified. 12 assists. Just look how crazy that is compared to everybody else right now. He's finding everything. Madison taking so much damage. They're being whittled away with the opportunities they have here. Couldn't go with the ultimate, so now it doesn't have to be Madison first as they move in. And down goes Phoenix ult, but they can still run it back. Oh, and Noya says bring it. The scope goes in. Great timing by Avery to quick sweep inside the back hall there, but it's not over yet. The 3v3 after all of this.
Rifle's not gonna find anything there either, though. And then that flank coming in here from Dodonut. It's all down to Avery, and they've only got the Outlaw. And unfortunately, not much else. Another great retake here for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Again, it was a bit of a funky buy situation into this one, I guess. A little awkward here for the side of Sen Otter, but they also haven't really been able to get a proper one going with the back and forth that we've seen and the dominance that SRG have displayed. Like, what is that, 6 retake rounds nearly in a row, 5 in a row? That is insane.
And there's Alexis assists. The 0 points, the flashes. I mean, Mel's there too with the smoke assist. They are everywhere that their team needs them to be, and they're everywhere they need to be for shooting situations. It's all coming together. So looking straight at Sen Otters this round. Going for a default kind of across the map. Put the feelers out. It might be one of these rounds where they do kind of... I can't mess with the KJ utility really, but at least see where Killjoy is to know where that util is. Oh, and now they bring out the operator after all this? No. That was actually unexpected. Unexpected. I didn't even look down to see that. But yeah, Sen Otters wasn't expecting it either.
I expect it from Dodonut, but didn't even clock that it was in this round. But look at the space again that they're already taking over towards A main, getting that information that's necessary here, having the call over to ensure that water is now being covered all the way in spawn as well. And dude, like, what are you gonna do when Dodo peaks like that? What are you gonna do? Like,
no, just sourcing her own kills everywhere. But oh, another one. I think they're gonna go here and right. Still watching the other side. Now Mel can play reverse on these anchor smokes. It's so comfortable for her right here. And just turns them away with a quick nebula.
It's getting uncomfortable for Sen Otter. They still have turret watching over towards B-Link now.
30 seconds
Either
left.
way, they're kind of canned in like sardines.
They just got a smoke placed in front of them. They were going through a little dismissed there. Goes away. Slows it still. Gives Noya time to reposition for the 3K. The Lings, they give each other a cross-map assist there. It's incredible what Shopify Rebellion's putting on the field right now.
It really is. It's been so impressive. Again, Pearl, a map that they look so comfortable on here. And then you've also got Alexis, which is, I feel like she's low-key, hear me out. Is she the Nismo of Game Changers?
You know, honestly, it looks like the consistency there is insane. And it's just like, you know, you're like, oh, a play's going to happen. We're watching, you know? Oh, it's going to be good util. We're watching.
Like, her flashes are always hitting there, too.
A lot of the time.
She's just got that aura.
A lot of the time. A 9-3, not impossible. We just got to see that life hit for Sen Otters here and just what that line of Shopify is using to win. And it's got to change, though, because it's coming from attack side now.
I like the drone scout into B-Link there, and then we've got the very forward fight that Sin is taking. It's something that we do definitely expect from her, but that you don't typically expect, you know, from a Vice setup.
Ooh. Prime classic. Doing prime things. Sarah. Absolutely disgusting getting 2 there with just the classic.
Addison, quiet. Almost played from the shadows there. With swings with
remaining.
Ghost, and then 2 Sheriffs. Can't ask for more, can you? It looks like they're going to start pushing through a few more smokes as May is left with the Ghost alone. And this was all just losing Noya, kind of activated SRG to push down and take that space.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. Sin gets that first pick there, and you feel like this is a round that is possible for Sen Otter, and
Yeah.
Wadadaa just going to be the one to close the door on that dream. And that pistol was so important for Sen Otter to try and get back into this first map of Pearl, which, as a reminder to everyone, this is Sen Otter's map pick going into this best of 3 series, and SRG are absolutely dominating on it right now.
Yeah. All right. I mean, you got Dodonut going crazy, 14-6. Sarah, we saw in the beginning, hitting the shock darts, hitting the ultimates, putting the util where it needs, and everybody else just stepping up as well. Mel's like not even in the plays, but smoking across the entire map for the play that's happening. Yeah. They have the answers. I'm sorry, Sen Otters with the stinger on May. And that pass over for the round. They're going to try to move that around and keep it at least in a spot where maybe they pick up another one. Oh, this could be it. Oh, no. This is that. There was sun in their eyes. Had to be. Oasis Alexis going 1 for 1. They trade there. Alexis alive in the situation, trading for Dodonut. And now they will go ahead and get the plant down. Do they know again about Madison, though?
She still comes out on top in the fight, though.
Still comes out on top.
Has a stinger to work with here as well. Pulling tap on that spike. Forces the grab well out, and I like this fight in towards A main.
Yeah, this is just awkward enough to work. The way they're squeezed, I think they can get a good amount of kills. Sarah and Alexis, they have the crossfire though, and Sen Otters can't squeeze out really any more of that. Still good damage. Let's see how we get into the bonus. This needs to be a round, or it looks like Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to close this one.
I also want to give like a little bit of credit to that wall that Sin had thrown over towards A main too. Like we didn't really get to acknowledge it, but the idea was, you know, pretty neat. The fact that you're expecting and hoping that that Vice wall is going to try and like cut off one of the players who's trying to do some sort of jump spot, see if that spike is getting defused, and exactly. But now again, it's just such a tall mountain for Sen Otter to climb, and they want this like this this rifling round to be as clean as possible. Unfortunately, that's not the greatest start.
Sin on the peak. It's almost like Dodonut said, hey, that was a peak there before. I think they'll at least try to shoulder peek it and just, you know, read it before it happened. And they're going to move back. Spike's down here, so SRG is just kind of working the map, allowing movement from Sen Otters to be the initial thing that they work off of. As that gun is picked up and put back in.
And that's some of those pump fakes that you were talking about, how teams tend to play Pearl, right? Get that initial pick, re-explore other areas of the map, draw attention over towards the opposite side that you actually want to end on. And now this is the full execution. A great hot hands to come through here from Oasis to stall out the fight at the very least.
Nice wait on that timing, understanding the Sova wants to get into position through that smoke. Ooh, what a shot! They're helping each other out here to get a few anchor kills on. Is it going to be enough, though? May goes down, but Oasis is still alive. It is the X Factor in sight. Avery comes through, but it just... It's like SRG starts popping out of the woodwork when they need each other.
Match point.
I know, like, and Noya's just been so clean lately, too. Just like 2 one-taps with the Guardian coming in to ensure that they have that cover. I think it was a great effort from Oasis. They do have that run it back online now as well to work into this round. But SRG, map point now on Sen Otter's pick.
I'm out of here.
Pearl seems to be one of those maps that SRG just really get a hold of and do not let go, Ash. From even to the attack side now. I feel like they just go back into what would be a post game. Like, what do we have to defend? How aggressive can we be? And here it is already into sight. 10 seconds into the round. Sin's going to go ahead and close the door on Dodonut to start. It's going to be jumps all around here. Trying to lay down the verdict. Another one on Sarah. And they know it's going to be pushed from all around as they're playing hopscotch in this back hall right now. And now cleans up Oasis. May is going to be there with the Sheriff as it now settles down a bit, but it's still very tense. Trade for trade, but it's annoying again!
Attackers
And that's going to
win.
be the final round. They
I knew it
need
would all
the
work out.
13-3 there for Shopify Rebellion. Gold, and it was gold. That was a heck of a Pearl map, and like you said, taking away the pick of Sen Otters.
It was clean, it was methodical, and it was just honestly flawless from SRG. I think we did see moments though of brilliance from the side of Sen Otters. I don't want to take away from how close some of those rounds did come down to, but we can break this down a little bit more later here, Riv.
Absolutely. We got more game changers for you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game Changer Swiss Stage. I am Riv here with Ash, and we just finished our first map, or I should say Shopify Rebellion Gold finished the first map in dominant fashion. Really well played by them, and kind of, Ash, left Sen Otters always looking for an answer of how to stop Shopify's retakes and then just stop their attack aggression.
I think, sorry about that, guys. Had to refresh super quick. But when it came down to Sen Otter and how they were playing, I think that they looked really comfortable at the beginning. You know, we saw that pistol round. We thought, okay, they're gonna have like that high octane
they went
kind
right
of
in.
gameplay. Exactly. But we didn't really see that energy as that map continued to go on, which is kind of wild because you look at that first kills in this graphic here, Riv, and Sen Otter, they managed to get 7 in total, but only winning out 3 of those rounds. I think that also says a lot about something that you were giving a nod to during the cast. That map is how good SRG are at playing together, ensuring that they're getting those trades and always being able to follow up.
Yeah, I loved it. We saw a lot of, I think, the read from SRG on what were great plays from Sen Otters. They were going in with the Phoenix ultimate first, under the cover of a smoke. So you should be able to get the Phoenix a few more steps forward into the site, then a curveball out of the smoke, as you would expect. But they were getting spams through the smoke. And what are you going to do about that? Like Sarah in some points, Noya in some points. And you're just like, okay, Sen Otters can't even get these people into sight because they're getting torn apart in these hot lines that Shopify is reading somehow. So a lot of that, those rounds went down to the duelist, the entries fizzling out behind the Phoenix wall through a smoke. And it's really hard to get back from that. So I think, like you said, what Sen Otters was able to do, were able to kind of recoup, was promising. But man, Shopify just on top the whole time. And that can be difficult when you go to the chess match that is Haven, when you have another site and you're just going to get strung out even further with what Shopify wants to do.
Yeah, I do want to say though, for Sen Otter, I have a lot of hope when it comes down to Haven, even though it was, you know, an upset on Pearl there for Sen Otter. Haven is another map that they're very comfortable on. We've seen different iterations of compositions that they definitely want to run on this map. Namely, it's been that ISO Yoru that's been pretty comfortable for them, something that they've been playing since kickoff there as well. And then I think that's going to be a really good map here when it comes down to Sen Otter. But I want to see them coming back in with that confidence that we first saw on that pistol round of Pearl and have that kind of mental reset after getting upset in such a dominant fashion.
I think it can happen, especially once we see the rosters, because I do feel like Alexis kind of telegraphed the fade util, the neon walls, and the timing it takes for the Phoenix or the neon to break in is the time you're throwing your 0 point. So there was such a shutdown to that, I think, already out of agent select. So right out of the gate here, I don't think we're going to see something as drastic as that and how much they were shut down in their strategy. So yeah, I agree. Much more promising here for Sen Otters, and I think taking a little bit more control, knowing they need to be confident in their plays, because the timeouts too push them into those rounds where they got down to the 2v2s and whatnot, where it looked promising, and then you had Noya or Sarah just kind of doing their thing and then stepping up again.
Yeah, it was insane to see just like the amount of clips that those two were able to hit. But I think also the fact that we got to keep in mind that a lot of those rounds were a lot of ecos there on the side of Sen Otter as well. So hoping to see them finally get a pistol round under their belts here on Haven. I think that would be really huge here for Sen Otter, especially to get them started on the right foot. And for this side of Sen Otters, the composition that they'll be leaning into is very similar to what they have previously run on this map. We actually haven't seen it from them yet during stage 1, but swapping that Yoru out for the neon is really no surprise here considering the meta.
Yeah, I mean, getting the neon in there as well is just so nice to have the speed, a bit more entry. You do, like, use lose the Yoru gate crash across, but I think with the way people are going back to playing neon before, Yoru was always running back and forth, being the lean agent to either site. So we'll see if Madison can take control from that IGL position and here lead the team to a third map against Shopify Rebellion Gold. We enter the second map here. It's round 2 of Swiss stage of VALORANT, the VCT Game Changers NA. Let's see what they got here. It is on Sen Otters to keep this series alive. And go for a few ghosts to start. I like it. Maybe peek long.
I think the other thing that we haven't talked about as much is this is a big litmus test for Sen Otter as well, right? Up against SRG. Sen Otter, they're the team that came second during kickoff to FlyQuest, and we are waiting to see how close the gap is or how big it is between these two teams since they haven't faced off against each other beforehand. And while Pearl was a statement, I think Haven will definitely be a different story like you were talking about just a little bit earlier. Early information here for Avery. Dart will be broken. So SRG, of course, they do want to put that pressure over towards A lobby, but now the group, the pack, will be moving over to the B side.
Gotta go.
Bam right. Seeing if they can't get anyone to fire back. I like it. Putting their foot down here. SRG gets the plant. Now, Sen Otters has to react. Battison, you get a wall run. Oh, just a relay bolt, no fast lane with their purchases coming into this, so they have to be behind each other. Battison's there for one. The rest of the team starts to round the corner. Quiet is Shopify. They're trying to hide in the shadows for this one. Melon, Alexis just light up the kill feed, but it's going to be Sin ready to fight Alexis on this one. Going down an HP, 31 left. It's going to be the defuse. The gate's about to drop. It's just a few more shots, and Alexis knows. Just counting the moments until she can win the pistol round here on the second map of Haven.
Such a good understanding of that timing there, right down to the wire, but really nicely done. A close pistol to open things up for SRG, their third pistol in this series thus far. And that wall just, hold on, the wall's a little funky this time. It doesn't actually cover a link like it normally does when you throw it over from a lobby here for Noya, but man, now Sen Otter, I do wonder if they will get a bit more active over towards A lobby this time around. Instead, they'll actually be C-long completely sought out there by Sen Otter. They have the information that they want, but no flank incoming. They want to group as a team.
You mentioned that, they're like, hey, my wall didn't reach. That's fine, we'll still do the same strat. Like, oh my gosh. Just straight in. This time, they did go straight into that. Oh, yep. Oh my gosh. Just hugs from everywhere for Battison there. And they're wondering just how far into spawn on the other side they've gone here. May goes down, trying to enter the site. They split either side, trying to work praying mantis style, but I don't think it's going to work. Shopify is just too ready. Oh my gosh. Ooh, that's a nice bandit hit, but the rest of the follow-up from the utility just concusses Oasis for the follow-up kill. And that's 2 for Shopify. They keep doing what they were doing.
A flawless round coming in for them as well. Now, kind of curious to see what the approach is going to be like for SRG.
Yeah.
The way they run this double controller composition with that kind of standard wall over towards A-Link, it always leaves so many opportunities, right? Whether it's for those lurks, cycling some of those smokes there for Mel as well. Instead, now that aggressive kind of information game that they're playing over towards that A side, Sen Otter, they want to play that 1-3-1, ensure that they can get quick rotations no matter which side.
No way they are conditioning B this much. Oh, I guess they won't be conditioning B this much. A clinic has been set up by Sen Otters on how to protect it. And the spike is down. I think that might have been run it until it doesn't work for Shopify at this point.
Could have been. I feel like it's more the judge that Dodo was running. It's like, okay, where can we get up close and personal? Let's go B again. It's been going well. We'll see what the adjustment ends up being, but I do like the 1-3-1 from Sen Otter. Does not look like Liz going to be able to get anything done here whatsoever. And an open and closed round for Sen Otter. Decent damage done, at the very least, for SRG, but overall, I think the early adjustment being called there by Sen Otter was really nice to see.
I respect the heck out of that call from Sen Otters, especially like Battison and the team or whoever called that, because one of the hardest things to do is to say they are or they aren't going to do that again, right? And then put all of your eggs in that bat to win the strat. And they say, yeah, they're going to do it again. So really confident call there from Sen Otters. And it just swept Shopify. And that's what they needed. We're seeing a little bit more life early. We did get, I think, that bonus in another round after the bonus for Pearl. But Sen is going to have to keep this one going. They travel down A for the first time for Shopify to see what's here.
Already past the smoke to get the information. They put the pressure on, but no one actually looked to clear into mid.
Gotta go.
Or not into mid, into short here. Aggressive peek. Madison's not going to see anything. And Mel's gotten that information that they're likely looking to back off. I feel like SRG, they take this A long space. I don't know if it's going to be a question of, do they show presence A long or do they show presence C and then bounce back towards A? And it looks like it'll be the latter.
Fake. Yeah. Noya gets tagged, but they throw the smoke over towards C. Oh my gosh. All of Sen are creeping away ever so slightly, and that is the timing for Shopify to walk in. Do a little window shopping of their own here. Oh, just so many abilities to use as that smoke, as that cutoff. Prepared to set up the post plan.
Yeah, the ability to cycle those is just so deadly, and then when you have it poison orb that's up too, like Sarah's shock darts are insane.
Oh, the God Dart pings. The God Dart pings are too good. Oh, just that corner. Sarah readied one. Benefits. A nice protection from the Cubby. Dodonut and Sarah in the crossfire, and the rest of the squad keeping themselves up.
Please
with just
stay alive.
Noya going down.
Like Proxels are always so difficult to break up. But again, that read from SRG, it's all thanks to Mel actually sticking around over towards a lobby. For Sen Otter, they show their hand, right, with that short push. They thought that they were the ones getting the read there, but it ends up being that moment that allows Mel to cook up the plan for the fake to come in. Now, into this round, we've got a force here on the side of Sen Otter with 2 Buckies in hand. Madison is just one away from that overdrive there on the Neon, so that ultimate could definitely make a huge difference, and Madison actually manages to get the ult orb over towards long, so this is a round where it's definitely still doable despite that kind of awkward buy that we initially saw, especially with that ult now in play.
Yeah, I like this. Especially if they get hit A, may throw an anchor smoke over there, and they can use these shotguns with overdrive, but it looks like the B hit again. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm watching old original Sentinels here. Just Shazam going in and out on Jet. But it's going to be a move here from Shopify. Sarah to open it out, and there goes Dodonut into the right side. They control the links, and they control the site.
Spike planted.
Really nice timing
Like back though.
there. Ah, kill contract doesn't find anything though, Riv. That is definitely a huge loss for the ISO ultimate.
What's the idea here? Everybody outside? Oh, the one-way. Okay.
Post-plant game.
Yeah. I was like, they don't have the ult. They might have a few mollies? Check them out.
One enemy remaining.
Feeling weird, but not really. They have
Okay.
exact control of it.
I was like, okay, this is getting weird. Okay, we got shock darts. Okay, we're all going to peek. And unfortunately, they just don't have the coverage to be able to provide for the defuse, right? And again, just the cycling of the utility there for SRG. They have so much to use in the post plant with a Viper kit, with a KJ, and then Sarah constantly saving those shock darts. Like, it's not like she's been expending them to try and take down, you know, Sin Cypher trips. The Cypher's really been a non-threat. SRG are more than happy to ignore the left side of that.
Absolutely. Okay, we're getting active. I like this. Let the sheriffs ring out. Oh, they're going to jump. How did they read this so quickly, Ash? How do they know? Oh my gosh.
Mid.
Shopify are in the heads of Sen Otters right now.
They really are. It's that classic, okay, we're on an eco on Haven. 5-man walk down mid.
Yep. Yep. They're just like, I have an inkling. Yeah, Mel called it. Timeout here for Sen Otters. You're going to try to figure out what could be the answer. And honestly, having the util, it's not even like they're coming in trying to kill, like you said, kill Cypher's util. They're not doing much more than hitting sites. So how do you stop that, right? They're just kind of brute forcing at this point.
I think that something that's missing for me from Sen Otter is, again, a bit of that aggression that we know them for, the identity.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, Riv, if you'll bear with me for a moment here. I kind of wonder if maybe
I
it's a
will humor.
nerves thing here for Sen Otter because they haven't played SRG. Like SRG are a 2-time world champion winning team within
Absolutely.
Game Changers, and the fact that they haven't played this squad yet, I feel like, especially with that Sen Otter banner now, I do wonder if there's a bit more of that pressure riding on their shoulders. I mean, I don't know. They could be chilling in call right now, and I could be totally wrong. But I do wonder if that's maybe a bit of a mental component here for Sen Otter, and why we're not seeing them play with the typical identity that we're used to seeing out from them.
Absolutely, it does, especially on Pearl and those retakes. It's kind of almost getting so overwhelmed by the situation and the protocol that you're realizing, like, in the moment you have to set something new up, and you're trying to do that, and it doesn't look as good as you're going to get from the Otters. So yeah, I can definitely get on board with that. Sarah, another Hunter's Fury, but they traded out. This is the first time we've really seen Sen Otters getting the first bloods here on Haven. We saw 7 there on Pearl, but they need to get that conversion now that they found it.
I don't think that drone spotted Noya out, so this is a really great insert after SRG go to show that information towards that C side. Depending on how this fight goes up against May, and if she shows herself here as well, could be that pump back towards the A side of the map.
Just listening for rotations, ready to hit the strips. Not very healthy. Crosshairs are broken. 1 for 1. Spike's gonna stick on this one though. They have the communication from the camera whenever they want to kind of flick in and out. It doesn't even look like it'll be used here for the moment. They just have to worry about this extra late Noya backstab.
Yeah, and she's got the information for SRG as well that nobody's going to be on that flank.
Dump util in if they got it. Oh, Alexis.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, the second guess from Madison. No. Oh, what a good call there for a moment, but knew there had to be kind of retaliation help for the teammates trying to fight down long. It was just sorted out so well in the cat and mouse game by Shopify Rebellion here. And leaving Avery to run and try to save this Phantom. It looks like that will be a possibility. I might get pinched, but this one should end.
Should be all good. I'm gonna go chasing like crazy here, but yeah, that was really unlucky timing there for Madison. Again, I do want to see a little bit more of that aggression. I feel like on defense, on Haven, you need to get that information, right? I think that Sin has been doing a great job of holding the left side of the map. Granted, SRG up until now really hadn't really visited it. The Cypher utility, I think, something that they don't really even feel the need to have to deal with how comfortable they have been kind of defaulting towards towards the B side. And feel like Sen Otter are just lacking a bit of that earlier information. But on rounds like this, on these pistols, where they're on those lower buys, that's when they'll take a little bit more of that space. But SRG, these are also the rounds where they expect them to be disrespecting that area of control as well.
Yeah, I agree. I want these full gun range.
Yes.
Like, make SRG sweat a bit. Don't let them be comfortable. I think one of the quickest ways to stop a fast team or a team in your face is an operator. But right now, I don't think that's just too risky because Shopify will go at it and kind of just pin it down, honestly. So it has to be this in-your-face body. Nice play, beautifully called. Oh, but the first Bucky misses. And it's going to be SRG to crack the armor wide open on that A-long for Sen Otters.
I'm going to pause here, knowing that the rotation could have come in from Sen Otters. Seems like they're more than happy to still split in, knowing that they do have that numbers advantage. And with the amount of time that's passed by after cutting that noise as well, expecting some players to have already fallen off of that A
30
side.
seconds left.
Look what Noya's done to him. They're all just like, what's behind us? They're looking towards the other side here as the rest of SRG starts to hit, but they're going to turn and they're going to prepare themselves to help Oasis in sight, who's dropped immediately in the Alexis 1v1. And now the delay starts, just gate after smoke after molly, and like you said, it's all recyclable. Noya.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, found it. Just needed the first 15 for calibration. We're good. 7-1 there for SRG. They pick up another round, and it is flawless on that one. They are dominating this series so far.
They definitely are. You called for the operator finally going to be brought up online.
Okay.
Again, we're not 100% locked on that necessarily being the answer, and okay. Baited. I think
You're
they
right.
heard you, and then they're like, okay, he's kind of like iffy on it. Maybe we don't, maybe we don't.
Yeah.
I do think the rifles are actually better in this situation. It's just about that placement, but it
Yeah,
looks like we're
easier
finally
response.
able to get this aggression.
All right, undercut. We can get the uppercut now as Avery benefits from that. Beautiful assist there on the utility. They are going to have to regain some space, but they're going to do it numbers up because Badison is firing hot here. Sarah is able to cool that down, but out of position, not out of position, but feeling uncomfortable in that position. Shopify back, and now Sen Otters take control.
Yeah, the thing is, with the full setup on A site there for Sin, the rest of the map completely empty and open for the taking. That neural theft is so important here for Sen Otter to get a read on where SRG are trying to go. I like the little bait and switch here from Noya, showing that she's going over towards site and then instead making that reposition into the heaven here on A.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be kind of scary though here for Sarah with the crunch incoming for short.
My camera is destroyed.
It doesn't matter.
Nose.
Dude.
Ow! Split second. These are the moments when you never count out Shopify Rebellion, but you have to call upon Sen Otters to clean it. The 1v1 situation created a third one, and now on up high here, inner tower, Noya ready to clean up the round. Oh my gosh, Shopify Rebellion do it from numbers down when that should have been Sen Otters coming through.
It really should have been a 2v3 there for Shopify Rebellion Gold to walk away from when Sarah was in short, taking a dart out, and then is just immediately ready for the swing. Like, that timing was just so unfortunate for Oasis. Now, again, we've talked about the dominance that we've seen from SRG for the last few rounds that we have here as well. They have 4 out of 5 ultimates online. Sen Otter have a lot of work to get back in.
Ooh, the TP? Mel TP to shoot there? Was that what that was? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Unless they wide each other. I couldn't see it initially, but they were both there for the kill, and they're already here to lead defense. The wall drops, and Dodo Nut reads the play immediately. 2 down. How do they do this so quick? The confidence in everything they do. My word.
Flawless rounds. It's just, again, confidence like you're saying, and then also comfort here for SRG.
Yeah.
I do respect the adjustments that we're seeing out from Sen Otter. You know, Sin trying to shift her setup around and then have the other members kind of floating around the map. The A control hasn't really been going their way necessarily, even though I feel like it's been relatively passive. Again, that garage play was awesome to see from Sen Otter, but I'd like to see more of
let's
that
get set up.
on different areas of the map that they know SRG like to contest, like that lobby control.
They're looking for the double peek now in mid, but Shopify want to show them something different just about every time. Relay Bolt clears the window from being a problem. We got a kill contract going through. The Alexis trying to fight it out, and Oasis says no way. The 5v4 conversion now having to happen, but SRG want a site, one of the hardest sites to retake if they can gain the ground, and they still have Dodo Nut on the other side of the map.
Yeah, just trying to play that spoiler, right? But Sen Otter, they've got the read on this contact play up towards the A site. You've
are
got
going back.
4 players looking to rotate over.
Oh, straight to the middle of the window, framed up, and May goes down. Mel up to the window now, getting a little precarious here and how it's going to be retaken for Sen Otters, and they expected it. Oasis was ready, but just not there with the shots. And they layer it. They layer it on thick here, Ash. It's going to be tough to get back in, especially with the op on.
I mean, they have to save. They have no money left in the tank. They've got to carry some weapons into the last round of the half. Even if it's a 3v3, it's just too important to really save those. I say that, they're still going, apparently. And it doesn't even matter. They don't even have a chance to save because Mel's just going to walk into spawn, disrespect the Viper's pit, and take those weapons out of their hands, knowing that they have the economy to do so. 10-1. We thought the first map was going to be closer, Riv. It ended up being a 9-3 half. 13-3 win, or 13-4 win there for SRG, and now Haven looking very much so a repeat of the same thing. And we really thought that this matchup was going to be a lot closer at the top of day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of seeing the way that Sen Otters came out of their kickoff, how they've been performing, the pickup, and just everything that would be rolling that momentum into a giant snowball going downhill has melted here in front of Shopify, who are, again, hot. Just absolutely scorching hot in the first series, and now their second one showing why they are two-time champs. Here, Zoya with the operator, on the lurk, as they're just kind of doing everything. Odin and Window, oh my gosh, they have the whole kit and caboodle back there.
That's a big pick for me to get at the very least. A bit of a pressure on the back end here for SRG. Great rotation to the side, but Sarah, again, continuing to play spoiler into mid, knowing that there's another player in Avery. Walked up as well, but the timing is good here. Sen Otter, they have an opportunity to come back into this.
Beautiful clears. Alexis trying to get her hand in the pie before we get the round over here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, clears the shield on double tap. Hits that dart. Oh, Avery finds it with the Odin right through the boxes. It's a celebration. And that's going to be another one here for Sen Otters. They will get two, staving off what could be a drastic pistol round loss here, but they need to pick it up. There's no saying otherwise.
Yeah, they have
need to see Sen Otters come away with this.
Absolutely. They need to get this pistol round. They want it to be clean here as well. It's just tough. I think that while there's been a little bit to be desired from the macro of Sen Otter, like we were talking about in that first half, I also got to give a lot of credit to SRG. Like, their utility is hitting every single time. Like, it feels like their abilities just are not missing in this series as well. And when everything is going the way of one team, it can be so hard for the opponent on the opposing side to try and actually, you know, find their footing again into a series.
Oh my gosh. That was, I accidentally muted myself somehow for that play. I looked and it was muted, but that was insane. Almost a knife kill, just missing, because May wouldn't think they were going to come around the corner that fast. That's an unfortunate thing to happen here, and kind of just marks the day on everything was just kind of on the cusp of happening. And it's not for Sen Otters.
Yeah, definitely a heartbreaking moment there. Now Sen Otter, they're heavily stacking outside of this A lobby side, looking to take this space relatively quickly. It looks to see who'll go. Dodo, get out. Okay, she's clear.
Oh, they're in. They're in. The judge is huge, though. Okay, Mel.
She has a spike, too.
Does the same thing on Pearl. Just anchoring in these making. Oh, my gosh. They smell blood in the water. They did not like the fact that Sen Otters is looking to get more rounds here. And Shopify Rebellion Gold are just trying to end this one right now. 12-2 game point on Haven.
What do you even do at this point here for Sen Otter? They need 10 rounds in a row to try to take it to some sort of overtime. And again, just not seeing the same kind of life that we've seen from this team previously.
Yeah, I think the nerves, as you mentioned before, have kind of just ruffled them out of the fundamental state of what they kind of even find in scrims. The comfort in trading with each other, the speed at which Shopify works is kind of sets apart a lot of things. Even if you have it refined, they're doing it that much faster. And Mel takes the straight up fight with Oasis. Comes out on top and will drop on the bottom of B.
Lotus still has a line here on A lobby. I like the drone out from Sarah to get the information on the cross over towards long.
Feeling that peek coming through. Backpedal. Oh, knows there's going to be a second one with the speed that Sin Peak. Dodonut knows that's the wide swing. Incredible stuff. Still stays alive. 3 in a sight now to defend. And the switch. Oh, like you said, they play the advantages. They know who to give that priority
Enemy remaining.
to. And to allow
Spike
the kills
down
to go
A.
to. Dodonut looking to put the finishing touches on here.
30
Sin
seconds
coming
left.
up from short. Dodo popping, jumping, sliding. And that's the final
Defenders
hat trick
win.
for Dodonut. Pulls the kill out on Sin. And a 13-2 on Haven for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
An impressive finish here for SRG. This team, again, they just continue to make statements, right? This is why they're the best team in North America. It's putting down the second place of kickoff in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah.
Again, continues to speak volumes as to how ahead SRG are in the running when it comes down to the game changer circuit and the talent and skills and experience that they bring to the table.
I think you mentioned it at the beginning of the day, is that there's a lot of growth for Shopify Rebellion Gold in the VCL. Even without finding the victories they wanted to there, they found a lot of victories in the growth of the team, the identity, and what they wanted to do going forward with the rest of their competitive games. And that was incredible. I really didn't give Sen Otters a chance to show their identity. And I think to Sen Otters' point, as you were saying, the nerves there, but also when you can't get your fundamental game out, it doesn't really feel like you can do much. A lot of those shots through smokes, a lot of the situations when we saw Sarah pulling a dart out but still gets a kill because they're on an off angle type situation. When those are the things you should be ready for, you're kind of thrown off your game because of everything else. And I think that's what happened to Sen Otters today.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely a great possibility. Again, despite this dominant showing here for SRG, where they did look great making a statement coming back into the GC circuit for 2026, this Sen Otter roster, do not be fooled. They are still a team to fear.
Absolutely. There's a lot more Valorant coming today as well from the Game Changer Swiss stage. We are going to be taking it over to FlyQuest Red versus SwimTrek next, so don't go anywhere. There's more to come.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changer Swiss Stage. We just had our first match where Shopify Rebellion Gold was just dominant, coming out strong, doing everything that they do, and even in the situations where it looked like they might lose the round, it was one of those games where you just didn't count them out.
Yeah, you did not. And again, I think going back to, you know, the discrepancy in the first kills in that round conversion here for Sen Otter, they are pretty good. When it comes down to those openings, I feel like they're, even though it doesn't necessarily reflect in 6 kills here, this is a team that is good when it comes down to those opening engagements from what we've seen historically, but their inability to convert, again, I think it's kind of tough, Riv, because it doesn't really say as much about Sen Otter, I feel like, in this matchup, but more about how good SRG are when it comes down to getting those trades afterwards and the heroics that they're able to pull out kind of in those moments, especially with their protocols, with their fundamentals, just having been so solid today.
Incredibly solid. And we'll actually get inside chat on what that is as well. We have Alexis hanging out for an interview who will be on in just a moment as we bring on Alexis for the Verizon post-match interview. Congratulations on the very speedy win. What a match, Alexis.
Thank you very much.
Throughout that, the whole time, were you kind of thinking they're gonna have an answer for us, they're gonna stop this, they're gonna do that, or were you guys just full confident in they can't stop us?
To be honest, we don't really give teams that respect unless they can show that they can knock us off our game or like have an answer for our game plan. There's no point changing anything unless they show that they can do that, and they didn't, so we just kept doing our thing.
Typical Lexi answer. Hey girl,
you know me, girl.
I kind of want to get like your feeling overall. I'm kind of broadening and moving away from the specific match, but to GC NA in general, because SRG, you guys don't play in kickoff because it doesn't qualify you for any points for GCC and stuff like that. But did you get a chance to actually like watch kickoff? That'll be my precursor question.
Honest answer, no.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay. That's valid. Even though you haven't really had a chance to watch kickoff, I think that you've probably seen, you know, results, and then also, you know, a lot of the players and all the players in GC around the scene and whatnot. How do you feel about the level of competition this year compared to last year?
Well, we definitely keep an eye on like who's winning, who's doing well, who we should watch out for 100%. The one thing about this year is I feel like there's more orgs getting involved, which I love. More support for the players is always incredible for the scene, so that I'm happy to see. And yeah, it seems like everybody's on their grind. I see a lot of GC players hitting Radiant lately, which I'm really impressed by, because this act on March stuck in World 2, girls. I need some help. Someone want to carry me? Anyway, yeah, so the competition is always going to get better, honestly, just the more experience that these girls get.
How's the team feeling about the meta? You guys, it didn't look like you guys really leaned into too much of whatever it was, Mosquito Comp or anything. I think you had it on Bind, and kind of Dodo played Waylay on a map recently anyways. So do you feel like it even really affected you that much, or maybe give you an upper hand because you can revolve around it so well?
I think our team is just better with double innie and like more info. We definitely have the players to play double duelist if we want. It's just a matter of like our comfort, and we don't always just lean into the meta just because it's the meta. We kind of do what we're comfortable with, and that's kind of what we've been doing.
No,
it works.
It makes sense. I mean, you guys have always kind of marched the beat of your own drum in that kind of way. When it comes down to, I guess, I feel like there's been a lot of newer players and newer teams entering GC this year as well. Like, I feel like I've seen a lot of names that I don't recognize from previous years. And with your wealth of experience competing in the FPS scene, not even just in Valorant, I wanted to know if there are any kind of words of encouragement or any advice that you want to put out into the world here for anybody who's entering GC for the first time.
I will say, getting owned sucks, but you learn a lot. Like, play against co-ed teams, get 24-0'd in scrims, play in co-ed tournaments. Even if you go out in groups, you learn way more from that than winning any tournament. Like, you learn so much from losing. So just keep that in mind. Like, if you feel like a pleb, that's okay. You're in your learning era. You're in your learning phase. You're going to get to your ownage phase soon, girl. Don't worry.
Heck yeah, we didn't all start in an ownage phase, except for a lot of Shopify, but whatever.
I mean, maybe I did, but it's okay.
Congratulations on the win, Alexis. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you so much.
We can't all be like Lexi.
We can't all be like Alexa. No, it is what it is. You can try though. You saw what kind of chair was there. You can ask about the mouse, the keyboard. It happened. But no, really, you see the confidence, how happy they are as a team. Even when we see any of them, they're all really happy to talk about the squad, and it shows on and off the field how much of a team that they are. We are going to be taking a quick break, but we are going to be back with more Valorant here at the North American Game Changers for Swiss Stage. Do not go anywhere. Don't touch that browser.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game Changers North America in the Swiss stage. I'm about to cut some holes in another game here. I am Rivington here with Ash, and Shopify Rebellion just took their win, but now we move on to FlyQuest Red versus SwimTrek Blue. And you might be saying who? And we'll get into all of that as we go through this. Ash, we got another game to go through, and I am excited. Hopefully it's a little more back and forth on this one.
Hopefully it is. I'm also realizing that it's a play on words anyways between these two teams, but we'll get into that a little bit later. When it comes down to FlyQuest Red, though, this squad is they won during kickoff earlier this year for the first stage that we saw here for GC. Winning that opening event, I think, meant a lot to this team because they had always been, you know, in that kind of like top 3 placement, unable to break into that first place, but we saw everything coming together. This squad is one to be terrified of here as well, Riv. When you look at the names of the people on this roster, whether it's Thea, Ev, Melia, Jazzy, Edith, all of these players have that ability to not just be a pop-off, but the experience that they bring to the table is also next to none, like very similar experience levels all the way back to, you know, when the Shopify girls were even playing too.
Yeah, absolutely. The veteran status on this squad lets you know that they've seen every situation, been through those situations themselves, and can probably find a way out, which is why they're always so competitive. They come out of kickoff as your winners, and they're just a team to be reckoned with all the time. Every time the organization as well has picked up players, they've always been able to thrive and do well, and we've seen FlyQuest be a top team.
We definitely have. Now, talking about their opponent within SwimTrek Blue, I just gave a nod to, you know, the logo, the name, and how it's a bit of that play on words of versus like FlyQuest Red. Unfortunately, I'm going to admit to all of you that it was not until that very moment that I realized that that was what was going on. I'll expose myself here.
It was just a somebody had to say it moment.
Exactly. You know what? You're so right. Somebody had to say it, and it just had to be me. I've been a knower since day one. But it's pretty fun. This might be a new rivalry that we see brewing here as well, Riv.
I love it. I can't wait. You know, Queen Bob coming back in, lovely. There's a lot of names here who have thrown down, who have put clips that have been on your screen, and all of them, again, can do it. And coming out with a name, you know they're having fun. And this is definitely a team that I'm excited to watch, because when we were coming up through today, I was like, oh yeah, the first game is going to be great. And then we got to look up SwimTrek Blue. And I was like, Bob, lovely, Gerard, Glowstick, Corrupt. We know these names. So yeah, this could be a very spicy game that we get coming out of here. And I can't wait to see what maps they feel like they can compete on, because those are ready to be slapped onto your screen.
Okay, taking a look at the maps though, like you were talking about here, having that Lotus, the Pearl, the Haven coming in, I think when you take a look at SwimTrek Blue and the success that they've seen throughout, you know, stage 1 thus far, obviously they've had a flawless run. You know, to be quite frank, when it comes down to qualifiers into Swiss stage, but now despite that flawless run, like on all of these maps, they're going up against a different level of opponent, right? Because when you're in those close quals, open quals, this squad is definitely a tier above the rest when you're thinking about, you know, the tier break in teams and the seeding in the qualifying events. But now this is, I feel like, the really big test here up against FlyQuest today.
It will be. As much as we say a spicy game, it's like you said before in game 1, it's a litmus test to see if they can SwimTrek can persevere through those moments that I was just talking about FlyQuest has been through, being down, maps behind, in situations where your timeouts aren't working. Those are things to not phase FlyQuest as much, and it's going to be on SwimTrek to keep themselves up in mentality and be able to hit these maps. I think on Lotus, it'd be a good measuring stick of how they're feeling on kind of lurking or hitting different parts of the map in a 2 or 3 pack, because you can always do a little bit of faking on Lotus with the size of it and getting there quick through rotational doors. So that will kind of tell a bit of a story. We know FlyQuest is going to react hard here and just be on the ball.
For sure. I think it'll be also fun because when we're looking at this map pool too, I'm expecting to see Chamber on every single map here from the side of SwimTrek Blue. We've seen them kind of leaning into that Chamber playstyle, which I think is going to be really interesting to see, especially with some of like the role swaps on the side of Swim Trek Blue, with the fact that you have that core of Corrupt, Sherrod, and Bob playing together on Rose Esports over in VCL as well. And then the fact that they are also changing roles, like going from one core team together into this one, I think it's going to be really interesting to see, and it definitely flexes the flexibility of the players on Swim Trek Blue.
I do like it a lot because you recognize what another role might need, or in a situation, you know, it kind of tightens up those comms a little bit. That you don't have to really request things anymore, but you feel it. And that is very big for the situation. Are we going to get something crazy? I mean, we see Swim Track playing mix on Bind. We don't have Bind today, but the crazy things can happen. You called the chamber. I love that. Shrag gets the chamber out. But it is going to be a switch up in duelists. The refresh initiator utility, put double initiator on the right. A sky fade. Okay. That's a lot of info.
A lot of info. I think that the Sky Fade is also a great combo on Lotus when you're expecting the double controller there as well. You have so much re-clear past those smokes, and the opportunity to set up your duelist in Edith is sublime when it comes down to that utility. I think that it's also going to be really hard for Sherrod to take advantage of some of the angles that you're going to be expecting them to be taking on the defensive side first, whether it's, you know, peeks out from C main over into Mound, or trying to peek deeper into that A lobby line there over at Rebel with that chamber. I think that having that Sky to be able to re-clear flash over, or even the dogs to get that information, is definitely going to spell a little bit of trouble in some of those positions there for Swim Trek if FlyQuest are on top of it.
All right, we're heading into match 2. It is Swimfly, the Game Changers North America. I'm so ready for this. I love these teams' names. Swim Trek, so funny coming in with that. We'll see how swimmingly this one goes for them. We know it's going to be a tough game. I like it. Prime Classic already. It seems like they're prepared. Who is that?
There.
Is that DFG? That's a pretty good classic. Not gonna lie.
Solid.
All right.
It looks. I'm out of here.
Off and running. Here we go. So they got a little bit of that chamber util, but let's see how it works.
Yeah, it's just for the information, right? But I'm expecting a really fast flank maybe to come through here from Swim Trek, considering that mound control that they got. They know that there's no Sentinel on the side of FlyQuest either, so they have to dedicate one person to it. It will be Ev who's going to be taken out of the equation, and despite that free sight initially on A, the rotation's so good, and now FlyQuest, they're locked down in this A lobby area.
I love this. Show the chamber again. They possibly won't think somebody's super close. 2 right clicks, the 3rd right click, and some singles. Holy moly. Oh, it's over. That's crazy. What you called the flank, but the way they played it, the little mind games, I love that coming out of Swim right away.
Really nice bait for the side that was being held there. And then I also just think overall taking control of that map space is just so good out from Swim Trek. Like FlyQuest were completely contained. They didn't have anywhere they could go, and a big part of that is because they didn't actually push up that far on A, so they didn't know that the site was empty as well. And I'm curious to see if that same kind of aggression is something that we can continue to expect out here from this Swim Trek squad.
Oh, that's going to get tough. Overstays the welcoming tree. The Ares, how well is it going to do here? They send a dog out, the nade out. They start to pull back. Most of the teams rotated over us. Illuminate still on C. This could give an advantage to Fly, but no, Bob's going to start picking them off. Getting that glitch pop to go to work.
We've got the close angle on the right, still being held by Melly at the very least, and Ev on the outlaw, able to take Bob down.
Quick pickup, 3v3 here. Besides, I was going to say, besides that outlaw, it's kind of short range here for FlyQuest, but they still make it work with the classic.
I like this push up here from a Lovely. She does have the Sheriff on the angle. We know how the GC digs can work. Might not expect her here.
Resets for another one.
30 seconds left.
A nice quick positioning on that hit, though. Luckily, that Edith was low. It's up to glow stick now. Confirmed with the haunt just ahead. A little bit of utility here to suss things out.
Yeah.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Where are you?
Oh, close range Spectre going to work.
Still got a dog.
Cavs the time to use it now, really, if they want to. Oh, sees it. Almost rattled down the edge. Almost gives up the backside, too. Now going to be a little bit of dance game here. Fade on fade. And it's Glowstick that comes out huge to solidify this round. Keep that momentum on the side of Swim Trek.
A really good recovery there from Glowstick. Did I really like what I saw though? No, I'm not gonna lie. That got dicey. I got goosebumps on my arms in that moment. I really thought that there was a world where Ev just ends up hitting the initial shot as Glowstick's trying to get around the corner. But it wouldn't be VALORANT. It wouldn't be entertaining if we didn't have those arm hair raising moments like that. Now, for FlyQuest, they've got the buy in pocket, right? It's a very weak bonus, if you can really even call it there. That on the side of Swim Trek. Fly definitely got to be happy with the damage that they did in that last round.
Almost caught the knee there. Heard the TP, though. Wants to clear it. Looks like they'll keep this positioning for now. Sherrod wants to move up just a tad here. Oh, clear. Not much we can be able to do there. A little bit of a skip. Let's see if we can get it cleaned up. As Fly continue to clean up the round pretty easily.
I like the way that they're working the map here as well. Melia, she's always notorious for these lurks or just holding space on the other side of the map, making this call to rotate towards A. Really comfortable for them. Glowstick still looking for the flank. Caught with the knife out, and it's all down to Bob, who's just going to go and farm a couple of those orbs. Pick up the Phantom and maybe see how much damage she can do.
Shadows traveling.
Get back. Do they go? I mean, it's a Phantom. Maybe just the exits that they can get here. Nicely done. It's a round flying. And now they can kind of just clean this up.
Yeah, she's not going to find anything here. I mean, it was a really long rotation to go back through spawn after picking up the Phantom. I'm just trying to see if she could get any exits, but definitely not going to be the case. I like how we're seeing FlyQuest work the map, though. In that anti-eco round, see a bit of that kind of like pump over towards that seaside, clearing over the space, and I think it's a lot more akin to the playstyle that we're going to expect throughout Lotus from FlyQuest, leaving Melia inserted on one side of the map, allowing her to lurk, also watch that flank at the same time. Meanwhile, the Pact looks to play a little bit of that disruption elsewhere, try to find Sherrod on some sort of island by their lonesome, because they know that they're going to be getting aggressive, going to be going for some sort of peek, and you want to take advantage of that player who in that moment wasn't even able to get back out because the TP was unfortunately out of range. But Operator now online here, another factor that FlyQuest are going to have to keep in mind.
Quick dog out. That move towards B is fast here. Edith just wants to get in their face. Actually, a little bit of vision first to see how the reaction, I think, is going to be happening from Swim. And they pause. Spike's down, so this is a lot of just recon mission.
That was a really nice bait on the other side of the map, though. Like, they know Melia is trying to get inserted. You get the boom bot to come out, thinking, okay, surely an op's not holding it. And then straight into that line. Now it makes that rotation over towards B so much more comfortable. But despite that door being opened, you see the spike location, right? They're not committing anywhere just yet. Looking to see what players they can pull from Swim Trek, and also what utility they can force out of their hands on some of these re-clears into main.
Oh, do they have this? That just Odin sitting, perched, waiting. A little bit of a not crossfire, but X-fire that they have here.
Great util.
They try to crash
30 seconds left.
Slowly, Glowstick
Spike
trying to be
planted.
quiet. How do you be quiet with an Odin? Looks like they're gonna get it to happen though. They are just slowly squeezing the life out of this site from FlyQuest here, but a nice kill from Edith pauses that. Doesn't see it lovely right off the bat. They're trying to clean it up. Glowstick takes down Ev to end that round, and it is going to be Swim Trek grabbing another one. Vicious with their retakes here.
I really did like the utility usage, though. Just layering those sky flashes alongside the paranoia from the Omen. It was a great hunt that you called out there from Glowstick, getting that reveal and kind of giving FlyQuest a little bit of pause on that initial take towards site. Now, FlyQuest, I think we've seen them trying to work the map, trying to pull a bit of that utility out, trying to force Swimtrek's hand a bit here. But Swimtrek, they haven't really been keen to bite on any of those baits for the most part, Riv. I feel like they're more than happy to hold on to their utility and are kind of aware of that default game that Thea likes to call.
Holy space take. There, Edith was just ready to shotgun somebody on mound there. They're going to go straight in off this wall. And actually, okay, I was going to say they don't go towards water. They clear waterfall with the dog, and they're right into the face of FlyQuest. Let's see if Swimtrek can get back in on this one again. The operator there will be a slowest to get over, so it looks like that's just watching the alert. This is just a low buy here. FlyQuest can hold this. It'll be fantastic.
Face your fear!
An exchange of nightfalls. He was still in that smoke, the poison orb.
Squeezing. Cheeky bum, squeaky bum moment there. Shiraz takes one though. Oh, lovely. Out of the smoke, in the smoke, trying to dance it out. The classics in this series today are just incredible. There's one big one, but there's not going to be enough time to hold. It's going to be up to half, and Melia has that angle covered. A second one for FlyQuest, and the Thrifty does come through after a hell of a battle in sight.
It's a huge Thrifty to come in here as well to close that gap slowly here between FlyQuest and Swimtrek. I know I'm gonna start like mixing up the the end of both of those names now that I have it in my head that they're like oppositions, but now taking a look at, you know, what we have to play with. Shirad's going to be pulling out that Toll of False over towards that seaside. We're seeing a much heavier fight of Rubble from FlyQuest than we've seen previously with the overdrive here for Edith.
It's a single opener for the Neon too. Edith to clear the space, a little bit of paranoia and the rest behind. And they have got it all. So this is what C looked like last round, right? Right up to the mound. Fast lane in. Then they have to be wary of the retake. This time with bigger guns, FlyQuest should be able to do it, right? That's just a question mark, right?
Yeah, you also got a Bucky that the Boombot doesn't spot.
Oops.
So we'll have to see.
Shot.
We have dogs.
It's a helpful dog. Looking up. Oh, already shot down. And 3 for FlyQuest before Swim even get around the corner. They are kind of choked into the same position there, and it doesn't do them any good for this round.
No, it's a weapon that Shirad's gonna have to save here as well. Still looking to find one if possible. Going for more on top of that. So looking to whittle away at some of these exits here. But again, money dwindling here. Shirad's gonna have to run with that Vandal very soon.
Yeah. Oh, the chase. Where's Jazz at? Only 1250, but still wants to find that fight. Nah.
Trap destroyed.
That's the door. Being like, it was an operator, right? There's still more bullets in the ult. Yeah, never mind. I won't peek it.
Just double checking. Yeah, 3-3 here. I think change in tempo was really nice from FlyQuest into that round. Swimtrek, they did play it well, just waiting for that overdrive to run out. But now, again, I don't know if the op is really the answer here for Swimtrek. Honestly, when you think about the double initiator that FlyQuest are running. We'll see how things end up going when guns fully come back into play here for Swim a bit later on. Fly for now, they're trying to poke.
I've got your trail.
Entry denial, or at least attempting to, layering things on top of each other. Like that raise nade on the Viper fight. It looks like it's just patiently waited out by Fly here. Bob gets one! Rocket over the top, finds a third. Wait, how are they cleaning up FlyQuest this quick? It's Sheriffs and Pistols and just an ultimate weaved in, and Swimtrek just steal a flawless eco.
A thrifty round? Yeah, I like. Sorry, I was stun-locked for a moment. I genuinely was sitting here like stun-locked for a second.
Oh, same.
I feel like everything kind of started to go wrong when Edith is solo entering because the snake bite is, you know, keeping everybody else from getting onto site, but then continuing to push that flood. And then on top of that, you have swim track. Sherrod was pushed all the way out of A. That allowed that rotation to come in very comfortably. Now into this round, though, weapons both sides in hand. Not that it mattered in the last one. Tree control completely contained here by Bob thus far. No utility to actually try to force her off of the angle past the wall.
They're just playing the audio right now. Still seeing if this will pull anybody from Mound. They make sure nothing has creeped up mid. An interesting round from FlyQuest. Seeing if they can get Swim Trek uncomfortable in their initial positions and maybe just play that. Okay, we're past a minute. You don't want to really anchor inside unless you have help, as we see here in Tree. People might start to back up a little bit, but that's not.
Watch them run.
Hello.
Bit of information found there. Yeah, it's kind of weird because I think that FlyQuest are hoping that maybe Swim Trek think they're slowly contacting up to C and trying to escape that first pit.
Yeah.
But they haven't given any sign or pressure on the other side of that. Instead, it's going to be a deep crunch. I like this pit.
Oh, lovely. Not ready for that quick move. We're all in position, and this is exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Get them to just start walking a little bit, uncomfortable. And the position is now gained on the B site. They have their own Viper's pit down now, and huddling inside of this is going to be near impossible to take. No shotguns, unless it's a shorty being hidden in the pocket of the track. Oh, one peek coming up. Somehow Sherrod finds another one as well, but the Viper still stands. Melly is going to be cooking now. Doesn't like to taste her own medicine. Has to deliver back, though. Going to the lay on the spike. That's only to half, and Sherrod does fall. They're going to be down very low from the walk-in, but Swim find Fly everywhere in there somehow.
A great
one by
retake.
one.
Dude, I actually can't believe the success that they're able to find into that retake. Granted, I do think it gets definitely a little bit awkward when you have almost everyone playing in the pit on a site like B, which is so small. But it was the utility landing that made all the difference, right? Without that snake bite and the nade going out from Bob to completely take Melia out of the picture, that pit ends up staying up. And it just gets really awkward. I feel like Swim Trek are so good at just being able to swarm around their opponents in those retake scenarios. They weren't really forced to use any of that utility super early on into that particular round either. So there was just almost every single piece of util in their arsenal that they could use into that retake there on B.
All right, oh no, I did it. FlyQuest looking to get off the ground here on this timeout. Not liking the way things are going and kind of how the setups are. I think they're getting where they want to and then falling apart a little bit because they're forgetting this, that, or the other thing. Swim able to really hunker down and pull back a Viper's Pit B retake for that last round. And looks like they might even set up a little B play here. No, they're dispersing. Never mind. Disperse! As they get the op on C. So they did go for the op.
They did.
We'll see how that works.
I mean, you do have the Sky positioned over here, so Jazzy should be able to sniff it out with some util, whether it's the dog or the flash, to try and push Sherrod off the angle.
Oh, they almost read that timing. That was really, really cheeky. Crouching. Going around the corner, just clearing a little room clear style. Trying to slice the pie, but they can't get any closer. They know at least where a bit of that util is to take it out and make Swim Trek squirm, but that hasn't seemed to affect them too much in these early rounds. They already have movement on rubble.
Again, I think the push and pull is just what's been winning Swim a lot of these rounds. Like the space that they're able to take so they can stack on the other side of the map or know when to cycle some of that utility has made a massive difference. The timing, though, on that Prowler, missing out on these Fly players in B main, just might be the nail in the coffin here for FlyQuest to actually manage the execute here.
That's the timing they needed. You're absolutely right. Baby door is covered. The rest of the team is in. So That timeout was to play it slow and still go B. Let's see if this is where it changes, because they don't have a pit to hide in, so they have to disperse even more.
Play those numbers.
Nice
Try
clear.
to find some sort of fight.
Just keep pushing up into them. Well, where's the util going to go at the end of the round, right? Just you. Sherrod getting in with one shot. Backed up still for even more to go as they look for a quick peek and then the other prongs of the attack. And ooh, Edith and Jazzykins. Snappy shots to drop 3 really fast. And that is going to be another thrifty on the map.
Second thrifty for Fly, third overall, I'm pretty sure at this point.
Yeah.
It's been quite back and forth. And it's kind of crazy how many of those rounds being thrifties actually make it such a close affair. You've got an attack-sided, opping Viper here in Melia as well. I don't think this is the first time we've seen this from her either. And it's honestly quite deadly. Like, she's pretty cracked on the sniper rifle. And when you've got someone lurking, playing that on attack, can definitely be a great answer to the aggression that we've seen from Sherrod. But not this time around. Thea's going to go down early.
And it's not even the op on that side. It's just a Vandal shot. Oh my gosh, Corrupt coming out too. You think you're going to see somebody else, but it's a Viper. Swip swap. Squad's already safe on the rendezvous from getting out here.
Nice try.
That wasn't expected though. Sherrod wasn't watching the angle and didn't comment. And it's no, that would have been an even bigger folly if he able to get the sight. Holding it down though. Another one as Melia trades it back, but Glow Stick is able to finalize the round as that one fell apart a bit.
Really nice answer there from Swim Trek. I keep wanting to say Swim Quest. It's okay.
Yes.
Mentally, we're getting there though. I think that
You have to say purple then, if you do.
Oh, true. Okay.
Yeah. Right. The whole combo.
The whole combo, the whole government name. For the side of FlyQuest though, I do want to give them the credit for the rounds that they're getting. I think that a lot of it does come down a bit more to those hero moments. I see the vision for what Thea is trying to call on the map right now. I just think that Swim Trek has been really good at being just one step ahead of the ideas that FlyQuest are trying to put into the server.
Oh, the door game. The tour de force on the door game. God, these little peaks here, and Lovely actually wants to go for a solo mid peak. Gonna pay off, take a little bit more space. Seekers are out. Man, there's a lot happening on this round actually as the space is getting taken. And now FlyQuest has to worry about just being routed through the game.
Remaining.
Ooh, worry no more. A 4K for a Lovely.
And again, I feel like this round is a perfect example of how Swim Trek are looking to play that defense. They really want to corral FlyQuest. Once they get, at least that first pick, if that first engagement goes in the way of Swim Trek, they're looking to take some of that space. And even if they don't get the first pick, sometimes 5v5, if they feel like they have a really good read on the round, they will, again, go for that aggression, continue to contest it. And I think that FlyQuest are trying to spread themselves thin to cover a lot of that ground, try and counter the pushes that are coming in here from Swim Trek, but they're just so confident with these peaks.
Too slow.
3 bits of util to get in here. 3 big hits of util, and Edith is going to use that accordingly. Oh, actually Blast Pack out of the way to curve and hit the corner. So now Edith gets a shot, but it doesn't take down Sherrod just yet. A touch and go here at the stairs. Does this give time actually for Corrupt to get in? Sherrod's still going to make Headhunter work really fast. FlyQuest brings 2 back now. Very low HP for Edith as they try to get out of this Nightfall, but it's not going to happen as Corrupt comes around the corner and takes another one. Lives are being lost here on the side of FlyQuest, and they need to stand tall. They got to get the spike down, but they're being pressured. Glow Stick comes in with 2 more, and they just can't do it. The defuse for Corrupt, and there it is.
I saw the vision for Melia there too on the grab back into B Heaven, but man, it's just clinical here from Swim Trek. I feel like when it comes down to the synergy that we're seeing and their ability to look to trade each other, the spacing from Swim Trek, it's just a notch above some of these moments here in these fights versus FlyQuest, where they've definitely had their moments of brilliance there as well. This is a team that's been playing together for quite a while when you're thinking about, you know, the core roster.
Yeah.
But I don't know, there's just something about the confidence of SwimTrek that is giving them that edge, it feels like, in a lot of these rounds. Like, every single one of these players is more than happy to swing at any given moment.
That's the thing, right? It's even like a Lovely get the 4K deal round, and starting off a few of those with just to push B by themselves. Yeah, just very happy to get out there and fight. And keeping FlyQuest off their game. For this pistol round now, we get it switched around. Sharad's going to just be that spear. Get the headhunter to sing out. Ooh, ooh. Okay, ring around the rosy does not work for sure. Nice job there by FlyQuest. And eat it. Oh, squeeze pressure. Oh, but they don't have enough push. They didn't have the timing and the angles, and now this is going to give SwimTrek space to get out. Eating the nades as they rain down from the sky, and just a scatter of SwimTrek players take over the A side.
Ev has to make something happen here on this A side, like you were talking about.
Okay.
Managing to get two, but the trade does come in. 1v3 here for Melia. Something that we've definitely seen her do before. But can she get this pistol round for Fly?
One.
One
First
enemy
question
remaining.
answered. Second one, multiple choice question. Multiple choice. Oh, choose your own adventure. Oh my gosh, the best of all. The 3K for Melia choosing the correct adventure there. And yeah, you're right. That was a hell of a hold that needed to come out. And that's the kind of things we've been seeing from SwimTrek players. We're asking from the Fly players, and we're getting it back because we know it's in.
A massive Red Bull clutch there for Melia. Again, she's one of those players where you expect her to be able to make those moments happen, right? In a 1v3,
Yep.
isolating each one of those players, cutting that pie. Now, for FlyQuest, it makes coming back into this map earlier a lot easier for them. SwimTrek, though, with getting that spike secured and planted on the A site, more than happy to go for that for Sharad. Having Outlaw no armor with the rest of the team on Stingers to look to contest. And for FlyQuest, 3 of these players are going to be weak to the sniper.
Hopefully that round pumps them all up. They're behind each other, power in numbers. But it is just going to be the peak. Melia goes down right away, deflating that momentum from the previous round. Even says we're not done yet. Goes for the no-scope. That was audacious.
Spike down.
And they try it. Sometimes you got to go for the play. You don't know if it's going to happen or not, right? 8-5 here. It seems like these are the rounds that FlyQuest really needs to get. SwimTrek was just ready to say, this is ours.
Yeah, more than happy to play that death ball, even though it was that force up. They're like, okay, we all got Stingers, we got one Outlaw, let's ensure that we're playing together. We could spread out a bit if we did want to, but we have much higher chances at winning out this fight. Both controllers also going down first, I think, makes it so much harder for FlyQuest to find some sort of way to answer in that round. I want to give FlyQuest the credit, though, Riv, of the trap plays that they have set up, right? You can see the vision with how Thea, Jazzy, and Edith are always playing together. They have some sort of plan that they've concocted, but again, the reactions from SwimTrek have just been better on the day so far in the server.
I mean, even again, the protocol's ready at C for FlyQuest, right? Ready to hit that play, the paranoia, a flash, a relay bolt, just something you could not combo against. And maybe that works even through the door. First one misses. That is back up here.
The lurk on the other side, on both sides. Sorry, Corrupt on one, a Lovely on the other. Melia's gonna take her down though.
That's crazy. Like, I thought of that too, is basically the situation we have going on right now. Sharad and Bob coming up big here, and Corrupt's gonna take a swing as well. The first few shots too, just by the ear of the opponents. The last few there, just the tail of the opponent, and Sharad will finish with the Outlaw. 10-5. SwimTrek continuing that domination.
And losing out on that round 14's definitely got to hurt there for FlyQuest. just seizing that momentum right back into their hands here for the side of Swim. We've got a Sherrod that's going 20-8 right now. Definitely see the confidence in their gameplay here on top of that.
I'll show them.
And it's kind of hard when, for FlyQuest, we also aren't really seeing Edith like heat up in the way that we typically see them, right? Like they can be such a raid boss in the server, have been shut down, haven't really been able to show that side of them outside of those rounds where we have seen that overdrive available.
Trying to make that play towards mid. It just gets wrong that time. The macro going in the favor of Swim Tracks is they're working that door on the right side. The site, this can be called by Ev now. But again, round it's very pivotal
planted
on the side of FlyQuest. They need to find an opening here. Stop that bleeding. They're all packed into tree. This could benefit FlyQuest if they have the right amount of util, but right now that's just, I mean, the relay bolt has to hit everyone.
It does.
The paranoia in the right spot. Jazzy on one. Thea's almost trying to clear a spot for themselves to get out here. And Thea comes up big, having a bit of a rough game when they need her. Coming up huge, and that's the rest of FlyQuest feeling comfortable to retake the site. Bob's going to try to make it rain on their parade. A blast pack as well, but none of it's close enough to stop the defuse, to stop at the original one there at the site to call the retake. And a round from FlyQuest comes through.
You also see the ping going out on top of that too, actually, from the attackers there from Swim. Pinging like the more open spot. I feel like the call there from Swim was maybe to plant closer, so FlyQuest wouldn't really anticipate the two players still holding that rubble control. But then when it comes down to that 1v3, things get really awkward there for Bob. But I think having those numbers for FlyQuest, like you were talking about, Riv, were just it was so important for them on that flood retake, because otherwise Swim, they've been winning out on these opening engagements so consistently. But when Fly, they finally actually have some numbers to bite back with and aren't getting picked apart, that's when you really see their plan coming to fruition.
See where they go. FlyQuest, they got to have the correct answer basically to everything here on out. They need to build some economy for the confidence to make some of those risky plays. And right now they're going to try to get even a little closer and Baby Door here for an audio catch on grass.
Face your fear!
Unless that was just going back to Jackson.
Nice flash, and then you're immediately going to look to rip the Seekers to get the information on this hit.
Close play, and there's Edith. Time to step up, feeling confident after the first kill back into the site. Doesn't overstep just yet. Oh! Goes for the side swing to not put the tip of her gun in. But still doesn't pay off, as it is just a slaughter once again. Once Swim Track has a bit of space, and they take miles and miles of the area around them. 4 for Bob as they solidify an 11th round in the first map.
Okay, I only have like
Feeling really comfortable here.
grenades left.
Definitely a good reason why this is the map pick of Swim Track, right? Feeling very confident on it. Very happy with their protocols. Again, Bob, whenever you see her on the Rays, you know that she's gonna light it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a vibe for sure. There's, like you said, Sherrod being very impressive and just impressive as well with the amount of ults you're gonna be getting as Chamber with that many kills, and then buying ops in between, and the Outlaws on the rounds that FlyQuest has the low buys, which has been abundant. So so many ways that Swim Track is just battering down on the options of FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. FlyQuest as well. Previously, when we've seen them on Lotus and other events, it's been the attacking side that was most comfortable for them, right? That's where they found more of that success. They were only able to get 4 rounds in that initial half now. I think what's difficult to call here, Riv, is it doesn't really feel like FlyQuest are making any really egregious mistakes. It's not like they aren't adapting. You can see shifts in how Thea wants certain trap plays to be set up, some of the aggression that she wants to be seen, and how she wants these rounds to be played out, and the adjustments that are being made in that sense. But again, we continue to give Swim Track that kudos of how they're reacting to what FlyQuest are trying to cook, and how they're just able to find a better answer in those scenarios.
Oh, solo mission. A few behind. Okay, they're all here to help now. The angle changes. Back it up. Both teams expecting a bit of a fight mid. They have the read on the intentions of what is going to happen. It's really coming down to that aim in these situations. Bob's going to tempt again to the Bucky of Edith.
Great. Crawler was perfect.
Yeah, it was super good. Glow stick. And Bob re-clear on the situation for mid. And FlyQuest are thwarted on a play that it felt like SwimTrek just read. Overall, knowing there was a bit of aggression there before, they could go back and find a fight.
Such a great call, but with how low some of these players are, this is still a winnable round. Got a snake bite available here for Melia, trying to delay that
30
plant,
seconds left.
if possible.
God. Quick one. Says pull. Show me another. It slides across.
One enemy remaining.
Squeeze it. There's so many outside the pit right now that they could lose everyone in here and still have enough protection. And that's a flawless still here from SwimTrek. SwimTrek 12-6 as they just flow through Lotus on this one.
I also like the respect that SwimTrek gave Fly in that round too. Like Corrupt actually popping that Viper's pit, I think was a nod to the fact that they had a couple of players low. They really wanted to guarantee that they were gonna secure that match point, not extend this any longer. FlyQuest, we're finally gonna see a bit more of that aggression off barrier drop. This is something that was missing from them, I think, nearly the entirety of this defensive half.
Almost. Sun was in their eyes. Actually, maybe. Shots. Oh, they know the sneaky sneak, but it is traded back. Like instant. It is just a bloodbath out there. FlyQuest put just about every member at rubble, and SwimTrek runs through it with the rest of the team.
It's a shame.
Or they're not going to know. The third one for Sherrod on this. Popping the 20 bomb on the map. Lotus goes the way of SwimTrek, and they knew exactly what they were doing when they came in picking that map.
13-6 there for SwimTrek on the map pick, like you were talking about there, Rib. I think that this squad definitely displayed their confidence on this first map. I do want to see a bit less respect almost from FlyQuest to be given over to Swim. I feel like we didn't see that defensive-sided aggression that you typically expect here on Lotus, being able to fight for that mound and rubble control, and unfortunately that was a bit of the downfall of Fly in that second half.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see if FlyQuest can take the gloves off when we come back and bring us to a third map. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. If you missed that first map, it did go the way of SwimTrek Blue. As we kind of gave it Ash to FlyQuest Red, just thinking that veteran status, the power would come through. SwimTrek still needing to find their feet or identity. That was not the case. They have identified who they are, what they are, and how they're supposed to win maps, because that was a 13-6 Lotus in their favor.
It really was. And I think that it was honestly not as close as the scoreline necessarily tells you because of some of those thrifties that were coming in. Like, I think that on those thrifty rounds, FlyQuest were doing a really good job of ensuring that they were playing together on some of those floods. It was 2 thrifty rounds, I believe, that they were able to win. And then also a clutch out there from Melia as well. So it could have been, honestly, a bigger gap than we would think. And I think that when you're looking at how this map played out, we were talking about it during the cast. FlyQuest, they were throwing different ideas out there. They had some trap play ideas with Jazzy and Thea alongside Edith. But then at the same time, SwimTrek, they just reacted perfectly. Like, the utility that was being thrown in as a response, or how they were looking to give up space and then recontest, was just so well done. And it felt like I don't know who's calling on this squad, but they had the perfect read nearly every time up against what FlyQuest were trying to make work.
I mean, it's obviously recency bias of the round. Just recalling the Bob and glow stick fade and push right into Edith with a Bucky, because just before that there was a 3v3, and SwimTrek thinking, hey, we can go back and find a fight there. They want to be aggressive. Just constantly thinking of ways into the game off of what FlyQuest was doing, and that's kind of how you run your opponent. We get to go to a second map now and see what Pearl can give them. So it might switch things up. FlyQuest, I feel like they can reseat themselves. This is kind of what we talked them up for before, is knowing how to come back.
Yeah. And also knowing the kind of leader that Thea is as well. Like, her ability to just kind of mentally reset her team, I think, is so important. And then having like players like, I'm pretty sure Ev is one of their vibes merchants there as well. So those are 2 players that I'm looking at on the side of FlyQuest to really help kind of like reset, just refresh themselves heading into Pearl. This is a map where I think they play a bit of one of those like veto comps here as well, with the double initiator. Meanwhile, for SwimTrek, despite the fact that we have footage on them on this map, I'm not gonna lie, I do not think that we're gonna be seeing the comps that they were running previously. That was all the way back in March, and also for qualifiers. I know that this is the kind of team that wouldn't necessarily run all of their real comps depending on who their opponent is. So I don't know how Pearl is gonna go. It's a big question mark for me again here, Riv. But this is another one of those maps where if your aim is on top on the day and you've got that confidence too, I feel like this is a possibility for a swim 2-0.
I think that's one of the things FlyQuest might have just lacked a little bit in the first one too, is the aim, being able to back each other up in those situations. The util was definitely really good by SwimTrek, so that makes it even harder. But just kind of shaking off, not rust, but maybe nerves getting into this, not knowing who your opponent's like, then being shocked by them and finding your footing again kind of situation. So I do, like you said, I think Pearl's going to go a little different. Also, FlyQuest map pick, so they're going to feel comfortable and have the exact idea they want to deploy as they get onto this map. We'll see if SwimTrek lets them for a second time here, because they didn't take any timeouts in game 1. SwimTrek just kept it rolling.
Yeah, they were chilling. And even though I think we talked about it and we set it up as, you know, FlyQuest, they won kickoff this year. This is a team that has had so much experience in the server. Even though SwimTrek Blue is a new name, the players in the server are not, right? Like, these are players that are not only, again, playing within Game Changers, but Bob has played at the tier 1 level. You've also got Sherrod and Corrupt, who are consistently playing within the tier 2 scene there as well. They're on a core team, again, like we talked about earlier during the pre-show, in VCL. And those are also experiences that come into play. And I feel like when it comes down to like the level of competition that these teams are typically facing up against, I feel like SwimTrek Blue, experience-wise, have a little bit of an edge up, despite, you know, the accolades and what we know out of the roster here for FlyQuest.
And they also just all that inside knowledge and information from a lovely old FlyQuest member. So she just has the strap book.
has it. And yeah, a lot of these players from Swim Track, YFPX, that people remember, you look at their history, they've been playing since 2023 or so. So no strangers to getting down and dirty when it needs to happen. You mentioned before, a little bit more disrespect. FlyQuest needs to show the side of Swim Track Blue, and maybe even for the name. But yeah, throw it down. get a little in their face.
Yeah.
Definitely take the space, whether it's A lobby, C long, on the respective sides. But getting some info on this team, because it just looks like anytime they get into position at the front door, they're able to get the site hit that they want on Swim Track.
Yeah, I think getting in their face would be definitely key here. As we take a look at agent select here, FlyQuest Red, this is almost what we expect. It looks like they're actually going to move away from the veto that they were trying out when they're playing a couple of those third-party tournaments and go back into the KJ. There's definitely a huge comfort pick here for Melia. I like this composition for FlyQuest Red. I think that it's really great at enabling Edith, which is like your star player that you're looking at on the side of FlyQuest, being that aggressive opener. I think that this is going to be exciting to see for the side of Swim Track, though. How are you feeling about the comp that we're seeing here?
For Swim Track?
Yes. But if you...
Yes. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I thought it was like site toss to FlyQuest as well. No, I think Swim Track's comp is actually really beneficial to the way they like to play. Like you said, getting their players in. Bob's going to be doing crazy stuff already. And Sherrod can really just hold angles again. Sherrod didn't do much other than kind of find the kills one-on-one. They let FlyQuest move around, and it's really it could be a pick comp, and then it could be a Bob and a Lovely Go comp. So the variation it's just hard to play against.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that I'm kind of just excited to see how it ends up panning out, especially with the fact that you're going to expect, again, the run it back to be farmed every single time here by Swim Track. That's why you see that main control being so important for them. It's just going to be that more aggressive like mid control here for FlyQuest to get a bit of that information so they can get the quicker rotations across whichever side is going to be hit.
Oh, are they going up in the lobby? Oh, the assist, the help me ping is already in mid, just basically on Edith's head. Oh, the quick shoulder peek, down to 34 HP though. And Corrupt's able to finish that one off. Nicely done. It looks like they got the C's just around the corner, too, to make that count. Yeah, something. This is how the tether on.
Some piece of utility, whichever one it was. But
yeah,
I think now seeing a bit more of like the layers of some of the ideas that Swim are trying to put into the server as well. I feel like they didn't have to do anything too crazy, honestly, on Lotus. Now showing a little bit more of that kind of change in pace as they're trying to work the map here on Pearl. More than happy to give the B site up for a full retake here for the rest of the team. Floating on that A side of the map. Plant to be going by Overly as well.
Yeah.
Consistently just trying to invest into that Phoenix ultimate.
moving in, waiting for the dismiss star to come back up for Thea so they can get at least some coverage down here. I don't know if they'll be able to wait the whole time. Pop flash, you see that rollout on the side of Jazzy Kid to start to get into the site. And now a quick forward haunt. Knows they're not in just yet. They waste that haunt util, and now it's the flood in time for FlyQuest. 1-2 called down onto Swim Track.
Enemy remaining.
And that, oh no, trying to taunt out the spike. They got what they wanted here, but Rod's now in a pretty good position to make that count. And it's not even to half. That's going to be enough. Even with the 4K from Ev, it's enough from Swim Track to push it over the line.
It was so important for FlyQuest to be able to get that pistol round, but a Red Bull clutch there from Sherrod. It is crazy. That flood back onto the site was really nicely done with the initiator utility that FlyQuest still had to work with. But again, Swim Track, their reactions are just so good in those moments. Being able to buy as much time as needed was really nice to see. We're going to see another one of those aggressive plays here from FlyQuest over towards A. Something that we consistently see on those eco rounds. But still, I felt like they're missing a little bit. Once rifles come into play, we'll see if the adjustment does come through and if that death ball is able to find anything.
there.
Oh my gosh, speed as well here for Swim Trek. Shotgun, back haul. Very Noya of deja vu. Melia peeks, nobody saw. Nobody saw, be quiet. Nobody saw. Aha! Shotgun.
No!
Oh no! That's my shotgun! That's what Nia. Melia goes down. The unfortunate shots. The Bucks go just to the left there as Bob takes one. And they will be able to clear the site. It looked like for a moment it's the answer there, but at Swim Track, it's just their day. It seems to just be their day going their way.
It's more comfortable. But yeah, I mean, down to 10 HP, that's just so unfortunate. These two just looking to die to the spike here to the side. Plus, maybe get a couple if they come in. Not going to be the case though, and it'll just be up to Thea to try and get some exits if that's even going to be the case. It definitely won't be. Overall though, I want to see... Okay, maybe not next round because it's their anti-eco Riv, but the aggression. I feel like when we saw Lotus, we talked about the ideas that they were putting into the server here for FlyQuest on defense with the trap plays, right? But very rarely did we see them taking the fight to Swim Trek first. It felt like they're always kind of waiting for Swim Trek to come to them so that they could get that trap play down. But I want to see more of that proactivity here from Fly.
Okay. The judge is there. I like that they switched up where it was, at least changed Melia's position so they don't expect the shotgun to be close range again, at least in that. But they do recognize that Swim Trek's kind of taking over the street a little bit. But it's not this time. It's to the A fight. Can they aggress? Can they move up? It looks like they're wanting their early positions to work for them. But no, they don't need too much because the A pressure is hitting now. Nice job by Ev. That was a risky fight to take and get away nearly I was going to say unscathed, but pops to 12.
Yeah. Legally having that run it back here. Okay, now things are kind of slowed down because of a great 0 point coming in from Jazzy all the way from that B side of the map. But this second breath of life here for a Lovely could make a huge difference for not just creating the space that's being given by Fly, but trying to even those numbers.
They're going to crash the site. A real curveball to go in. They just play the right side so they don't have to mess with Secret too much just yet. Oh, I like this little X-Fire going on here towards Spawn. It's really making Swim Trek feel uncomfortable. Approaching in. Duelist on the right side here. It's a flip. Oh, they both
30
turned.
seconds left.
They weren't looking the right way. They were figuring, how's it taking so long? What is happening? The back is waiting.
They're dead.
Waiting for this. There's one, almost the second one from Edith. And they come up on Swim Trek's side very fast to react to that lurk. A third round, and they get their bonus.
Dude, again, I get the ideas that we're seeing here from Fly. You called out the crossfire into backside, but Swim, they're just so good. That spacing, that utility that's getting thrown, ensuring that those trades are coming down. Another one of those maps where it feels like for these past couple of rounds, everything is going their way. FlyQuest, keep it up. Now on the back foot, having to save sheriffs in hand.
Yeah.
Sure, you have a Nightfall. If some sort of miracle where you manage to get some sort of advantage comes to fruition here, could see that definitely ripped for the round conversion for Fly. But with the way things have been going here for Swim, doesn't necessarily feel like that's the case.
Gonna try to pull eyes towards Street. Maybe give Edith a few shots off this pop flash. These are tough situations too, because you're kind of looking for the glory plays, right? That has to hit, the flash to hit. It's only if it does. Otherwise, it's a one and done as well. So maybe seeing these even be set up to do a little bit more damage to the economy, trying to get a few guns out of hands instead of just kind of getting these headshots.
Bomb's already cut off this cross though here for no chance for them to get over. Somehow that works, I guess. I know the first shot did quite a bit amount of damage, but you love to see a Bucky getting a kill 10 feet away.
Is that slugs? Is that a new update?
I mean, I don't know when the last time I right-clicked the Bucky was. Melia does clean that up, moves out just to look to keep this Vandal safe. And it's still 4 away from ults there. I mean, we're early in the game, so you got to get to 6-7 before we can really see those start to come online. But even to start to pressure back, FlyQuest has to find where the pain point is in Swimtrack's composition, because they're getting away. Even with Corrupt, there's 1,000 credits, but there was 6,000 on the other person that was down. So they're not worried about money here. They're pretty easy cycles cash on the side of Swimtrack. So FlyQuest has to either start taking people out or fully win the round. Because if they just keep going almost flawless, it's going to be bad.
I really like that they're getting Edith on, even though it's a glass cannon, operator that we're seeing here for Edith. I feel like they're so deadly when it comes down to being able to just lock down one of those lanes. And if Edith can get set up well, definitely a huge comfort for Fly to be able to make some other rotations across the map, run it back into this A site, gonna draw out the Nightfall to respond right away.
What a strat. Coming into round 4, FlyQuest is going to be chomping at the bit with guns again to try and get this one. A beautiful online position by Edith, crawling up ever so slightly in the beginning of that round, knowing the map pressure was towards A. And that's what we need to see FlyQuest doing, is taking those opportunities.
I also like the fact that they're going to try and double back over towards this A site. You've got Thea alone on an island into dugout. Fly, the rest of the team is very slow to make that transition over because they don't know how much space Swim have actually taken into their spawn.
Yeah. Swimtrack says, operator, let's go the other way. Let's go this way.
Yeah,
That sounds
good.
great to me. It's also harder here for Edith to get back into the site. And just a slight wide. Oh no. Oh, there's the haunt. There's the haunt. That's what they wanted. Cleaning it up from the depth. Secret. And there's another one. There's Edith. The rotation comes over, and much more confidence is going to be coming out from behind this operator, behind these team swings to clear it. There it is. 3 from Edith, and Thea coming in to clean that one up. And that was more methodical. That was more FlyQuest. It did not look scattered.
No, it looked a lot more comfortable for them. And like I was saying, Edith on the op might just be the answer here for FlyQuest on defense right now on Pearl. Like the amount of space that they're able to scale and take and hold with that op alone, making it just more feasible for the rest of FlyQuest to maneuver around the map makes such a big difference. But a bit of a different setup this time here, and read from FlyQuest with the deep alarm bot into water to really just be able to give up that mid control for the most part, not hold it with any bodies. It looks like FlyQuest want to get a little bit more proactive, like we were talking about.
Alright, so Sharad shoots that to say, yes, I am here. They show quick on art.
Face your fear!
They actually cleared towards that mid side. Oh no, that's what
Stay down.
What an angle.
find one in the back. They don't expect Bob to be up. Yeah, just altering the play ever so slightly to make them feel uncomfortable. Still 1-for-1 though. The operators at the backside of site trying to peer in from a long angle, which leaves Melia and the rest of the team here to fight the close quarters. And geez, the fades are just in touching distance on the other side of the wall here as Glowstick's trying to peek out and get some safety. Bob keeps trying to relay info, figure out what they can do, and they're still getting FlyQuest to peek from these. How is that not called that Bob's up there? Oh no. And Bob with another one as she finally drops, gets into sight, and takes it out melee range.
Like you were saying, Riv, it's just those adjustments coming out from Swim. Those micro decisions and changes that are being made to the play to take them over the edge, to continue to keep them one step ahead from FlyQuest in those brawls. Not even just in those brawls, also in some of the macro play that we see coming out with the reactions too. Timeout to be called here from FlyQuest. Honestly, kind of curious to see what the change in game plan is going to be, or sometimes these timeouts also get called because maybe comms are getting a little too scattered. You need a little bit of a reset there. But I think for FlyQuest, I'm kind of curious if the conversation is maybe going to be around a play for the lockdown and the null command that we'll see coming up into the next buy to play some sort of retake towards the A side.
I like that. I like that. Make the play for A. I mean, It's so hard. You have the KO, but your KO is kind of mid-map, left map, and to fight a Phoenix and a Fade on that right side is going to be pretty difficult. We can consistently see FlyQuest kind of being pushed down to the stairs, but it looks like they'll put some power over there. See if they can get this alt orb control at least.
Let's see, bring the stack. Melia anchoring on the other side of the map. Very typical things here. And for Swim, they also know that FlyQuest, again, they like to get a bit more aggressive on these ecos, so should have a pretty good read of what Fly are trying to do, especially with that deep bolt and smoke that get thrown out there. Happy to get mid again.
They Nightfall. They
Wait.
give Ev a second alt point instead of getting null command or the lockdown.
I think I have mixed feelings about
I mean, those
that.
come out of a kill if the kill happens, right?
Yeah.
But you could start that catalyst now.
I think the thing is,
We'll see if it plays.
wait.
That was a dab. We did not expect that from Edith, but we wanted to see that from FlyQuest. Absolutely snapped and went straight in. Sharad's going to be able to shut it down, though, and now somehow it's down to a 2v2, but it's going to be very lopsided, and they may not know the timing of Ev if Thea can make enough noise. Just not yet, though. If Thea makes noise early, I feel like they know to look around for Ev.
Oh, there's still a trip.
Spike planted.
Oh, there was. I didn't see that on the map.
Tiny icons, tiny icons.
Dang it. I was just watching the fight. Oh, that's funny.
You were too locked in.
I was so locked in, but
Player
not.
standing.
Wait.
There's the one from Thea, though. That's what you wanted. A Cosmic Divide comes down
gets-
just to kind of trip up Sharad. Do they know the space they've created? Oh, Thea with the big iron. Taking down 2 in a much needed round. They grab the op like that, save it, and get the defense.
Really nicely done on that Thrifty. Really opened up by Edith into B-Link there as well. And I know you had your gripes about the fact that we didn't invest into the null commands, into the lockdown, but I really think the game plan that they were cooking up during that timeout was just to make sure that those 2 alts combined were going to be together and available for this round in particular.
Exactly. And that's all it took. There's a few kills are going down. You know they're going to come online.
And it becomes even more a valuable round too, right? With winning that Thrifty round up against
Absolutely.
Swim, Sharad now on the Tour de Force
You want to
won't
play?
have
Let's
a weapon
play.
to contend with once that alt or the 0 point hits.
And instead of 2 there, Edith picks 1 up. Everything is coming up roses right now.
Bring them down.
See if it keeps working. Oh, they clear.
Covering it.
It looks like FlyQuest is going to back off. They feel comfortable knowing it's only going to have to be Lovely to dive in, which whatever site they're going to hit, and there's probably going to be the telling util before that happens. So play anchor.
Concealment.
And with how deep a lot of this utility is being placed by Melia as well, it just gives a really interesting like signal to FlyQuest on which lane Swim are really choosing to end on.
A low haunt there. Not too many pings as they're able to swing around and get that, but a nice seize comes out. Not really able to act off it too much, but does scatter the site with this lockdown on top of it. As they wait, 30 seconds left,
30
a lot of
seconds
time
left.
to happen, especially if they get the spike down and kind of reset that timer for a bit.
Just awkward.
Oh. Just getting into position, cuddling on that stairwell, and Lovely comes in for another one. Just smooth with it on these clears, and goes even further with that run it back. Run it right into spawn, goes down, saved and protected.
No charges left.
Now they hear where their opponents are coming from.
One enemy remaining.
Clears inside. That's one, almost the second one with the ace coming up for Lovely, but Edith shuts that down. And this is like an 8-10 split. Going to be 2 people on opposite sides to shoot, and it's going to be near impossible for Edith, but that doesn't mean they can't do it. Glow stick comes up with the shot, makes quick work of that, and grabs the op. No? Yes, for the side of Swim Track.
Man, what a recovery there from SwimTrek. They completely dismantled the plan from FlyQuest, the combination that they wanted to go for there, right? With having that lockdown retake, ensuring that they had so many people on site. But once they got that space back with the Killjoy ult, it got messy. I felt like when we saw the crossfires being set up, the angles that were being chosen to hold, I feel like they kind of forgot the art was still open, and we're just anticipating for a full rotation to the other side of the map. But now, a great aggressive play. This is exactly what we've been wanting to see here, Riv. And with rifles as well, one rifle as well, this is exactly what Edith needs to be doing in this round.
Yeah, oh, that was close. The definition of the hero rifle coming into play there for Edith. Even low armor too, so that was just all out in a play that needed to happen here for FlyQuest. And this is kind of what they did last round. They said, hey, we've made a move. They lost Bob last round. FlyQuest pause. They lost 2 this round. FlyQuest pauses. I should say SwimTrek loses 2. And now they just have the info. This low buy can still go their way.
Definitely, especially with the hot shots that were being had on Corrupt there to make them super low. 4v3. They have the advantage. Oh, look. Yeah, utility-wise, though, for Fly, they've only got Jazzy's kit to work with. Aren't now behind.
Null commanding.
30 seconds left.
Because they know they're probably expecting SwimTrek to want to hit this to also protect that Phantom. Because another Phantom in the hands of FlyQuest again, it's not something they want. So going A, protect the Phantom, get some kills, push up. In the silent walk-in 2 for contact after getting 0-pointed is a heady play by SwimTrek.
Bob is just so good. That flash out the timing for Bob as well.
One enemy remaining.
Gross. That's gross. Just a swing to the headshot, well scoped in. This leaves Melia to come in with the bandit to see what she can steal. There's one. Maybe a little bit more. Peek with the turret. Turret peek. Push. Run away!
I respect that.
Yes. Perfect. I mean, it honestly has been dictating a lot in this game.
It
So
really has.
grabbing that back is a great pick.
Edith has just had so much value. I think that round as well was a bit more of a representation of what we're used to seeing out from them as a duelist.
Yes.
In your face kind of plays that we're missing at times on both Lotus and on Pearl. And again, I think now that operator being online, looking for them to shift over to a different part of the map. It will be art this time around here for Fly, because we've seen the pressure that Edith has made over towards that B long, something that SwimTrek have since been looking to ignore for the most part. But they might be a little bit keen to the idea that that swap is happening with this read and leaning more heavily towards mid and B.
Ooh. Art push now? First time FlyQuest has gotten pretty aggressive here, unless it was just like a pistol peek. Oh. Sixth sense of the snipers in. Oh! Takes a sniper to kill a sniper. And Sherrod comes up very big there with the Vandal.
Jazzy flash could be huge!
A little blind there. Dagger's going everywhere. Just trying to get a salesman job. My word. 4-3.
Face your fear!
Somehow FlyQuest has to figure out how to recoup on this round. They are actually spread out fully around SwimTrek, but the timing of the plant here is just going to allow SwimTrek to reset and look at every angle.
It's one of those rounds where, okay, never mind. I was going to say they would need to get a pick. It's going to be Ev to get 2. And all of a sudden, this round feels a lot more comfortable here for a Fly win.
Corrupt trying to play anchor smoke as they get Lovely back into the play. Haunt denied, but they know they're playing in sight, and that gives the chance for Melia to peek from every angle. Trying to go for the behind flash. That's one. Half is there. The reload comes in, and beautifully played by Melia. That should be the easy defuse. I Lovely thought it was going to be a full hold with the fight happening in between, but you just got to play in the mind of your opponents, and FlyQuest do that for the past few rounds.
Yeah, Melia is just, again, so good in moments like that with the decision-making in a split second. For Swim, Despite the awkward buy, you still have Run It Back available here for a Lovely to work with here as well. Actually, awkward buy for both sides with how back and forth the last couple of rounds have been in those investments in heavier weaponry. Now that they've seen that the operator is actually floating away from that B side of the map, they will look to revisit it. A bit more heftier to be main this time around here.
Marked and run.
There.
Getting out to safety. Last round, the 3 rounds I should say, that FlyQuest has are all post-plant refusal success. Maybe giving up life, playing into that to help them. Good damage on the entry team that comes in, but that's just going to be the run it back as Judge Trade, apparently, running that one in as they knock down the front door, and it does leave every member of SwimTrek open after that and the dust settles. This is Edith and Ev to try to walk them back in. No ults to be.
Spike planted.
With it being 1 round until the head, you also want to look to save these weapons. A pick from Edith opens up more opportunity, especially with how low glow stick is.
Oh, full clear with the util. Oh man, oh, just dinked in the head through the smoke. You saw it fling back. Who's gonna step into the lane first? Next one. Oh, you know, there's times. Any one of these players will make me think that.
Last round in the
almost
half.
happens there, but it is going to be another round here for SwimTrek. You know what becomes really tough, Ash, is that back and forth, that money resets. Like, we get a little bit more money, and then it's just taken right out of the bank.
So hard to get anything going in those situations, especially now with the fact that Edith ended up popping that overdrive in the last round. I know that they definitely thought that there was a world where, you know, you win the 1v2, you pop that overdrive, you just close it out with the neon ult. And they needed, you know, to try and get another round if possible. At least it probably felt like that here for the side of FlyQuest.
Just on. Ooh, I was expecting to hear an op shot from the air, honestly, but now Lovely's gonna come in with that second one and just the firing crew. Everybody behind each other. It's like they're tethered together on these plays. Nobody can ever be further than 3 feet away, be trading, have the angle, but a different angle, you know? And it just seems so tough for FlyQuest.
Last player standing.
Trying, I like the pop flash, but there's just not enough coverage to that family photo of SwimTrek watching FlyQuest try to come back into A.
I mean, they are giving Melia the ones, though, right now. Shiraz's going to put them in coffin. There will be a 9.5 here for Swim. But I think in rounds like that, Riv, that you were talking about, you know, Swim being so good at just the spacing, ensuring that they're playing together, they also knew that Fly were going to be on a bit of an eco side, despite it being, you know, a force up. So they just don't want to give anything away. It's just really good fundamentals, I think, working out in the favor of Swim. Fly now.
Here.
Heading onto the attacking side, the spacing is going to be the other thing once again, I think. You know, seeing how well they're able to not just trade utility, but also assist Edith as far as being close enough to get those trades or help in those fights with how aggressive we know that they can be on this neon.
Let's get it. Let's see it. This pistol round is huge. FlyQuest need to set themselves up for success here. They're going to be stalled out by a smoke quickly. Quick pop flash over, doesn't matter. Make sure they can take that space and get a smoke of their own to recreate that left. Oh, the frenzy fight. Trek comes up on Amelia. That was a big play that needed to be won almost on that right side. Oh my gosh, there's just W keys here for FlyQuest. The only keys in the keyboard this round, along with the util ones. They throw out a frag, still going W though, as they want to try to find a few kills back in their favor. And now it's there. Verse 3. Oh, Sharad has just been nasty with the headhunter. Cracking teeth left and right, and that's another pistol for SwimTrek Blue.
And it would have been such an important pistol for FlyQuest to take away. Unfortunately, the team just falling a little bit flat today as well in the server. Doesn't really feel like some of these players are feeling like themselves as well. Like, we've seen how insane like players on FlyQuest can be mechanically. Yes, Edith definitely the shining light in this series right now for Fly, but mechanically gunfight wise, it's just not able to stay toe-to-toe here with the side of Swim.
Another quick take on that side of A. Orb control right away. Seems to be Jazzy picking those up eventually. And Swim has the knowledge. The street trip, full watch down long, and they can just watch this right side with delay smokes whenever they need it. It's tough to break.
But it seems like we might be...
This just in.
Riv?
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh.
I was just being silly.
I thought you were going to follow up. I think we might be running a rollback round because there may have been a DC.
Yes,
we will
yes.
keep you guys updated on what is up, but that's why things looked a little bit funky there with everybody holding their knives out in that round.
Yes. Yes. But that's nice. We'll get it rolled back. We'll get the round in place so that DC doesn't have an effect on the round, and then see which way the game will go. I mean, right now, Swim Track overall is going to be tough to beat. No matter which way the round goes, we know that the momentum is in their favor, and they haven't seemed bucked off any trend that they've wanted to make happen. The little variations they use when taking sites, whether it was post-plant or retake, and now that they've switched sides for going at it again, it's just they don't seem to really have anything slowing them down.
No, there's just so much, confidence. And I think, again, on defense, up until we saw Edith getting that operator online, taking a bit of a, not even a crazy deep line, honestly, B main until a little bit later into the round, I feel like FlyQuest were often starved of a bit of information unless Swim Trek were showing their hand first. There was some control of the A orb that we saw happening here and there on the side of FlyQuest Red, but other than that, I feel like they were also very happy to give up a lot of space after they initially took it.
Yeah.
And it made it really hard for them to, get the right rotations in or have the right read on what Swim Trek were looking to do.
As we get this disconnect, or maybe it obviously doesn't give the players and whatnot time to talk about things. It might be enough of a mental reset to kind of have them understand it needs to be some aggression going in here. So it will be the bonus round we're going back into to see at that 10-3 mark what happens for this round.
Yeah, I think.
Or is it actually this? Yeah, okay.
Yes. We're getting there. We're all getting there.
I was looking
guys.
at the buy and I was like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay, they're buying the round. Back towards A it goes though. Oh, shotgun through Thea. Look at the assists on the back of that. Just a util to follow up. That's what we want to see from FlyQuest in these little moments where they can get themselves into a play and continue to just have this clear path for Thea. See how that util come over her shoulder and just open up the space.
Yeah, nice adjustment there. Now you've also got Ev kind of just gonna roam across that, make a sound, a little noise for the haunt out, try to bait that rotation away, and it's working for a moment. Okay, it worked for a moment, and then you've got Swim Trek happily just regrouping back towards that A site instead of fully walking away like they intended.
Smoke. This is going to be tough. Sherrod Outlaw in the smokes, using it like a shotgun, but Edith does have one. And that's going to be the impact that they were looking for inside the site. Dispersing back out to Art. And yeah, still grabbing A main control. So really nice pan out here in the post plant by FlyQuest.
Yeah, 3v5, sorry, is going to be really hard, especially with two outlaws. Just kidding. Judge picked up. They know Edith is low. They're going to get some... Apparently not. Apparently they're not going to get it, actually, quite yet. But for FlyQuest, this is a huge round for them to win. Bringing it 4-3, being able to kind of reverse the advantage that Swim were able to find by taking the pistol.
These two looking for a few more just to get on the board, but Thea's going to be able to clean that one up. Sheriff in hand. Maybe I live. Maybe I die. Just thought about it. Is there a gun behind me I can pick up? Maybe. But no, that's the round that they needed. So it was second. Yeah, I thought it might be with the buy we had on FlyQuest side. So we look now at the what would be a bonus, but this goes just to FlyQuest third round, second half, and a very much needed second round they needed.
It really was. Again, after losing that pistol, just a huge round to be able to force and convert into. Now, for Swim, they actually opt not to play that kind of like death ball that we tend to see from teams on egos, right? Ensuring that you have as many numbers as possible when going for a fight with pistols. They have to spread out still a little bit more. Trying to see if they could maybe pick off and take out one of the lurks that they know and expect out of there, and now, yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Bob's like, I know you were alone. I'm going to go ahead and just take it. That, like seeing Thea, knowing Thea's going to be on that lurk and being able to smoke the other side is so smart, and it's a pickup. Oh, dear. And nobody even wants to work off this. Bob's like, I'm going to go on a mission. And Swim's like, cool. Do what you want to do. Ooh. Caught in the movement just at the last second, thinking maybe they won't come back to this weapon, but no, they recoup, grab that Guardian, and now it's going to be up to Sherrod here to close down here.
Really bold active here as well. Sherrod not quite able to get out. It was a great no, but look at the way that they're biting back glow stick now in a 1v2.
30 seconds
so
left.
Quick. It's like, no, they're not in sight. Wait, they're in spawn. My word, that's what we need from FlyQuest to get this to a third map. Showing a little bit of life here as they get 5 on the board. And now Swim's going to be feeling like they're back in it too. Let's get Bob ultimate and some guns thrown around with the Odin out in glow stick sand now.
Yeah, trying to save to get that op online later on if possible, but I really like the silent reclear from FlyQuest, just contacting up towards B main, knowing that Bob was probably just going to stay in the position, because really these Swim Turk players, once they get that space, it is not very often that they're keen to give it up when they're feeling very confident about the fights that they're taking.
Prowler low to maybe steal some eyes, so this shot from Sherrod can help, and it does, but it's a nice trade. Ooh, Thea prefers the Guardian. Very cool to see.
That or just not wanting to accidentally maybe get caught off
in the
by
moment.
a trade. Yeah.
That's very true.
We've all
Very
been
true.
there.
Everything's happening so fast right now. But they do protect on this side. Maybe she's expecting Bob wants that because of the daggers. And Bob can have it because of the daggers.
Bob doesn't need
just
it.
give it. No, just give it. Yeah, it doesn't need it, honestly. That's the better point. Oh, man. The Jazzykins going to go ahead and walk away from this one. But there's still 3 members they have to find now. There's a lot that happens.
Silence, Dream Seer.
Timing in their favor.
Things are getting weird now. I feel like, I don't know, 2 flashes for a Lovely, though, around the box on A. This is doable. As I say that, not a flash will be thrown. Actually, we'll just have full plant going down. A Lovely thinking maybe she had the drop on that position to be able to get at least 1. But with how low these 2 players are on Fly, this is very winnable here for Corrupt.
Oh, they have a seize too, if they even want to throw it. Flashbangs, fragments, seize fragment right on the spike. They don't really have the angle on it this time, but.
Unless we've got some lineups. Maybe we got some cheeky lineups that we don't know about.
Oh. I like cheeky lineups.
Concealment.
We play the days when fragment would bust you from the outside. And it's not. Oh, it did actually tag. It's got line of sight. And that's going to be 1. Remember the C's to come in, grab. Oh, the little air flick there by Av does get the crosshair broken, but everybody goes down this round even with it.
Too close for comfort on both sides. Too close for comfort.
Yeah.
But this is a really nice streak that FlyQuest are starting now to try and come back into this matchup. They've broken, again, the economy of Swim.
Yeah.
Where you've got, a hero rifle in Bob's hands, and she's been cracked on the Jet today. She was cracked on Raze, actually, on Lotus earlier. I don't know why I just said on the Jet. But that is definitely the player that you want to see have that weapon in hand, but look at the fight that Swim are wanting to take here in mid.
It's a party. Yeah. Everyone's here to start this one off. No one down just yet. I say that, and the kill feed lights up, but mostly in red as FlyQuest takes numbers on Swim Trek for this one as they have the low buy. Glow Stick will try to put this Vandal to work for a little bit. Let's go into next round with that Nightfall up as well.
Really nice knife. And then you've got the backstab coming in from Melia that Glow Stick is just completely unaware of right now. Team Flash is going to make it a little bit awkward, but this is still in the bag here for Fly.
Oh, layering. It's invulnerable to fragment to death. There's a 7th within 3 now.
Looking more and more like we could go all the way to that third map of Haven. Far cry from how we were feeling, I think, at the end of the first half. That 9-3 where Swim looked so in control, but Fly finally find their footing. I think being able to control the tempo a little bit more here on the attacking side, definitely being more in their favor. Got null command for Jazzy. We're seeing the 4-1 split. Should be a straightforward hit over towards the space. Unless this fight goes really well here for Swim. And as I say that, through the smoke, Riv? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It's Bob. It's Bob. That's Bob.
Things.
Yeah. That's Bob. And that's... How much does hearing an op like that make you want to turn around? Sometimes. You know?
All the time.
It's just all the time, especially a Bob. Especially a Bob. So now they're going to head the other way. And now this is held down by one person as the rest of Swim Trek gets to rotate.
Yeah. The rest of Swim Trek just kind of floating around the map because they have trademark for B main. Cool. Not broken.
Yeah.
We're chilling.
Spike down mid.
Back in the corner, still plays the rendezvous. They hear where the rendezvous goes and don't expect the lovely
bait and switch.
This is the bait and switch. The speed at which they're doing it, the amount that it is actually being sold to their opponents is incredible. It's not like half.
30 seconds
They
left.
are just on the ball right now, and it's incredible to watch. If a lot of rounds went to FlyQuest, but Swim Trek still had a way to get back in here.
Yeah, Amelia's just gonna try and save this Phantom. Maybe get a little bit if somebody comes looking
10 seconds
for her.
left.
Bombs around the corner, so I don't know. It's getting a little dicey as far as her positioning goes. She's kind of cornered on all angles. With their economy, they also know they can't afford to push it too far. That's why you see them, holding a little bit deeper. She'll walk into them, but not going chasing like crazy. Breaking up the streak though, Riv. From Fly, we saw 4 rounds in a row. Swim, though, you know that once they take that momentum back, there's definitely a world where they can run away with it. However, with the amount of ultimates that have been amassed from both teams, especially on the side of FlyQuest, this is where they should, and I expect them to try and steal it right back.
It's almost unnecessary. We've seen it gone down quite a bit in the past rounds, even with winning. It leaves the economy a little stale for them. So this would be fantastic for FlyQuest to pick up. A little pocket change in there for these next buy rounds of confidence. Beautifully through the wall. And they're kind of flipping the site on its head, seeing if they can get Swim Trek in an uncomfortable position here, but Swim Trek has kind of just exited to give the site here. Horizontally played now by the Cosmic Divide.
Face your fear!
They've got all that mid control here for FlyQuest by Melia. They know that the retake is fully coming in from CT.
Both Nightfalls go out, but where will the Nightmare come from is the question. They're going to go ahead and let the wall drop. They want full vision of the situation. Right when it drops, they're going to pop, and they start to waterfall into the site. Jazzy finds one from B long in the eyes of Jazzy now. A few more come through as it's a great hold from FlyQuest, and Bob takes a shot, but almost flying out of there on the backtrack so they can keep that operator alive.
Such an important round that you're shouting out that Fly needed to win, that they invest all 4 of those ultimates that were online. Thankfully, Melia is just one away from that lockdown, can have that come to fruition into the next, but again, it was just so important to be able to, I think, continue to try and suppress the economy and chip away at it from this on the swim side, and also deny them that map point as well. That would have made it more daunting. You know, like if they imagine they invested everything and then they didn't end up actually manage to find that round. This becomes now much more doable here for FlyQuest to be able to take it to our third map of Haven, considering the investments, considering the position that they put Swim in.
Goal number 1 is find the operator or circumvent the op. Oh my gosh. Sherrod has been the one to do that quite often here, and they finally sit him down. Fold it up in the corner now, and it's going to be a bit of a street take here from FlyQuest.
Really quietly, despite what was originally shown, great Prowler from Glowstick. Keen on the fact that FlyQuest looked to cut noise. They want to go for that re-clear for the information. And now what do?
What an angle that Bob has. This like face-to-face op shot just because the escape can happen. But the question, you're right, what do you do? You've got this space. It's almost like, do you want this space still if you can't control it? Bob's going to peek out knowing there's one. The range gives Bob the advantage. Oh, looks for the shot, but it's going to be way wide there on the escape from Edith. Nicely used util to escape.
Works out well in their favor here for Fly. The plan to hold that crossfire, wait until Swim are walking into them. Thankfully, everything does work out, but still got off back over towards this A side. Both players on Swim.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh. The anchor is good that they're able to use right now. Corrupt up top, just waiting, drops in. It's going to be left to the operator, though.
10 seconds left.
Bob thinking that they'll get peeked. They know! They know! Playing the opponent and the game. Bob with a 3K there brings him to match point and series point.
Yeah, she was just in Thea's head there. I respect the play from Thea, you know, thinking that, okay, Bob's going to use this opportunity to try and walk up on me, right? But Bob just so steady in that moment. A timeout to be called.
That's incredible.
It's just wild to see. When you're also, you know, down to, what, 10 seconds, really expecting that plan to be going through. But final timeout now to be called here by FlyQuest. Swim map and series point on FlyQuest map pick.
Those are some aura moments. Because it's basically like, you're fine to plant because I'll fight you after anyways. And I think you're going to peek me in the first place. Like, those kind of reads, you wish to have them in your game, you know? That's crazy. 27-12. It does seem like Bob is doing a lot of reading this game. And just on line right now for what the team needs to make sure this is a victory. Edith on the other side has been just trying to blow holes in the squad with these shotguns, getting great opening space from the team. But this back and forth again, it seems to plague FlyQuest.
We have a tech pause to be called here as well.
We have a tech pause.
We will, once we find out what's up, we will definitely let you guys at home know. But
absolutely,
about this last round that potential last round that we might be seeing here, lockdown available. You've got Run It Back there for a lovely, still have that cosmic divide from Corrupt. Like, great recipe for a retake here from Swim, especially if Melia ends up using that lockdown as a site taking opportunity as opposed to a post plant. But we're just dealing with a little player ping spike right now before we get back into the game for you guys.
Hopefully not too long. You can hear him subtly chatting in the background, hoping that they're ready checks. But this has been really incredible to see from Swim Trek Blue. Again, we came in, you know, kind of chuckling at the name comparison today for FlyQuest Red and Swim Trek Blue. But they're not kidding when it comes to being in the server. Really on each other. I think you mentioned it a few times, and it's very true to their identity, is that in the rounds where they're playing against the team ecoing, they will not give up a chance. They will stay together, and nobody diverts from that idea throughout the round. And that's incredible to see that never sways for a team, because some round you're feeling comfortable, you're 8K up, whatever, you know.
it just doesn't happen for Swim Track. They stay locked in.
Yeah. I think it's also especially because from what we've seen from FlyQuest, the fact that they like to deathball a bit on those pistol rounds, try and play together, it's just a much better play, like you were talking about. A much better chance at trying to take that one over and find the round conversion. It will just be a little bit longer, guys, before we get back into this matchup. But overall, I think that, honestly, I don't know if I expected necessarily a potential 2-0.
I did not.
I did not. I thought it was going to go 3.
I was like, both games today are going to be bangers.
Yes.
And then one of the teams just showed up yoked out on each series so far. Like, what is this? Like, fantastic play to them. Kudos. But, man, it was not expected today. Like, Shopify Rebellion is always going to play their game, and it's going to be tough. Maybe we can expect that one, but yeah. I mean, it's 8-12. But that kind of doesn't tell the story because it's been Swim Trek stealing rounds away from this clawback from FlyQuest.
Exactly. And then on top of that, I think like some of the rounds from FlyQuest as well have been, major heroics. I think second half we've seen a lot more of the team step up.
Right.
But a lot of it was riding on Edith finding success with multi-kills in those rounds as well. Just not quite as clean feeling as the Swim Trek round was. But they're not out of the game quite yet here for FlyQuest. They still have an opportunity to take it to overtime and take it to a third.
No. The Lovely just goes in, seeing what's out about the site. Says, I'll just be a quick sentry with my run it back. And they are going to be able to actually find Corrupt in that situation. FlyQuest feeling comfortable now. Numbers up, holding positions. This is Swim Track having to make the move. Already utility on there for post plan. A Lovely somehow catches somebody off guard, thinking the angles are watching. That's when the chaos becomes dangerous. Another kill comes from Sherrod from the spawn side now as Flowers was open. And heads are turning, Ash.
They are, and it's making space for Bob to walk into Flowers, being that distraction, making all of that noise, making it awkward here. Still, Defuse has yet to come through.
The push is there. Edith dashes in. A lot of work to do. Racks another one. Puts it in the chamber. And it's going to be a dash towards a Lovely. It looks like they're going to stave this one off. Finally, beautifully done there at the last moment. The 4K for Edith. The dash through. Making it look so easy.
Right? Just clean from Edith. And again, those multi-kill moments. The way that they're continuously making plays like that for this team. And I think that, again, calling back to what we were talking about before, this is one of those rounds where things are going FlyQuest's way. And the reason why we talked about, expecting this matchup to be closer is because we've seen the glimmers of brilliance. We see the setups that FlyQuest, want to be doing. It's just tough when I feel like Swim Trek, their style of play works really well against what FlyQuest are trying to go up.
It does. It does. You saw it on the first half where when they were retaking A or taking A, they took so long it made FlyQuest feel uncomfortable with how they were defending it. It's just these little things Swim Trek does.
Spike planted.
But right now, it's the things that FlyQuest is doing. That's what we're focusing on because they are bringing it back here, backs against the wall for series point for Swim Trek. And they are going to get closed on from every angle here, but it looks like they have it covered. One shot. Going to stop that Prowler from doing too much work, and the lockdown is going to need to be protected.
I like the investment of it just to guarantee. You still got those 3 players swinging alone, Bobithia.
Are they going to get this from the low buy round? Not if Edith has something to say. Ev comes through as well. The relays are going to slow everything down. Yeah, time is the victor here. And FlyQuest play it very well within 2 rounds now. It is going to be FlyQuest making that comeback.
It is. At the same time, though, when you think about it, hefty investments, right? It's still not
all the time. They keep going down in spice.
Yep. It comes right down to the wire every single time. And sure, you're able to scrape together some sort of semblance of a force, a full buy coming in. But now you've also got, Sherrod's got the operator online, swapping things up with Bob a little bit there. So I think this is really good conditioning that we've seen from Swim as well. Typically when you see Bob, you're expecting, okay, there's an off. So now they've swapped those roles here as well for the side of Swim to shake things up on the read here for Fly.
And that changes the map control so much. You don't have to worry about B. Everything's focused on A, and you might even get Bob in mid in a few seconds if they're playing that aggressive. Doesn't look like she's going to do it just yet, unless they get the team help here. It's gonna be that A hit. Ooh, cooking a little bit, hoping somebody will enter the anchor smoke, but it's not gonna happen. Oh no! The push-up, the relay, the lock, there was just a lot going on there that I do not think FlyQuest expected to meet as they retook ARP.
All three players in A main super low, susceptible to these sprays as well.
Okay,
wait.
A few down. Everybody's standing in front of the smoke, though. They're just taking line shots here in the hot firing lines. Operators up. Oh my gosh, Sherrod with the hit. The headhunter. It's been on all game, and they need it right now. Corrupt gets the final shot, and that is going to be the round that Swim Trek needed to take down FlyQuest Red in 2 maps.
Defenders win.
What a way to do it. The bait wall as well, so they could double hold in front of the spike, just trying to fake out and ensure that those last 2 players were going to swing into their crosshairs. Swim Trek Blue, they take down FlyQuest Red 2-0 in a dominant fashion on the first map of FlyQuest Red. Gotta give them a lot of credit, Riv, for how they were trying to come back there on Pearl, how they were coming back there on Pearl.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding the rounds for themselves. I think one of the things that came down to was just a bit of those trades that we saw the other team having. FlyQuest was there. They were hitting the shots. And then the rounds they did win, it might have been 4 that went down. And the last person ran away with the op, which was great to have the op, but it just continued to cost too much. It was a war back and forth for a little bit there. But I think that the factor that, honestly, their opponents got ahead early just was the biggest factor.
It really was. I think that it's tough. I feel like it could have definitely been a different series if we saw FlyQuest manage to take a couple more rounds on that initial half. But luckily, it's only round 2 of Swiss, though, Riv. You know, we got a lot of time to cook at the very least. FlyQuest, they'll be 1-1 with Swim Trek being 2-0 in their standings.
Yeah, Swim Trek take that one. We are going to take a quick break before we come back and break down the day and have a little chat with one of the players of Swim Trek. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers as we close out the day. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to get to talk to the Swim Trek coach in just a few minutes, but let's break down that last match, which Swim Trek came out firing on and really showed us kind of what the identity is right out of the gate, who they want to be, and how hard they want to go when they're in the server.
Yeah, I think that thinking about how that map kind of started out on defense, that 9-3 start there for Swim Trek Blue, they were so good at just making FlyQuest uncomfortable. Like you were talking about, we didn't really see a lot of information seeking from FlyQuest at times, maybe very like light push and pull on the map, but nothing where they're really like taking space and occupying it up until Edith finally got that operator online and we saw them, you know, just really locking down like that B main controller, shifting them over towards mid. But once we flip sides there, Riv, FlyQuest looked a lot more comfortable when Edith was able to kind of control the tempo of the game.
They got it into motion. I think they were able to identify the few of the positions that Swim wanted to play in, which made the dashing shotgun a little bit more effective. Edith was able to get onto those opponents, and then it seemed like when Swim knew that was happening, they repositioned so there was 2 or 3 people once that retake happened and Edith had to come back on. And you're going to trade somebody there, but it's probably not going to get out alive, right? So it seemed like they had an answer for everything, even though those FlyQuest timeouts were much more impactful here in the second map, and they were able to really make a run at Pearl. 28 and 15 for Bob to Edith's 26 and 18. That was fun to watch overall. Like, what a cool match between those two, trying to do their most. And we said that, as you mentioned, that was delivered a lot from the utility that was creating space for them.
Yeah, I think Bob was also just electric on the day in general. I mean,
those op shots.
Yeah, it's crazy. She was popping off on Lotus as well. Like, I know that Sherrod low-key stole the show on that map in a way, but like 18 and 7 on Lotus too is just crazy to see. I think that really big kudos. There was just too big of a gap to start off this map of Pearl for it to be comfortable for Fly to really make it back into it, but I think that it is a really great effort nonetheless. Again, that tempo control and that aggression that we see from Edith and Fly, that's what we want to continue to see from FlyQuest, is Edith being set up in those ways where they're able to feel comfortable enough to go for those firefights, where that's really the core identity of them as a duelist, as we've grown to know them throughout the years in Game Changers.
Well, it was a runaway 2-0 for Swim Trek, but we were able to catch one of the members. We have the coach, swim coach Kip here. Nope, you're not going to learn any of the strokes. We're going to get some information about the game. So let's do the Verizon post-match interview with Kip. What's up, man? How you doing? How you feeling after the game?
I mean, I'm doing great. We won, so, you know, can never be happier than winning.
Heck yeah. A quick follow-up. Who came up with the name Ingenious?
Honestly, I actually don't know. I want to say it was Wiley Corrupt, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Valid. I was kind of curious to see when it comes down to like leadership on this team here for Swim, because you guys have like your core from Rose as well on VCL, right? Are you, I know for VCL, the last match, I believe, one of the last matches, Bob was doing the calling, but I know that Wiley has previously like also called for the team. So what's going on like in that department here with the Swim Trek Blue roster as far as, you know, leadership, calling comms, and everybody's roles in that regard?
I'd say for Swim Trek, a lot of it is by committee, honestly. I think Bob was stepping up a lot today, and especially when it comes to kind of like emotional leadership and making sure everyone's on the same page and extremely confident. Bob's doing a lot of that heavy lifting, even just by like how she plays. She's extremely confident, and you saw that today on Pearl, and that kind of just like translates for everybody else.
Was today kind of we're coming in educated on what FlyQuest wants to do, or was this primarily us just seeing kind of Swim Trek taking control of the game and playing absolutely the way you want to play?
Honestly, I wish I could say that like today was about me prepping and just like knowing exactly what they were gonna do, but I didn't do shit, honestly. It was all them. They came in extremely confident. They knew that they could beat them pretty easily, and it was just a micro game, and they destroyed them.
Yeah, we definitely saw the confidence in the server coming out from your players and your team in general. It was really nice to see. I think that another question that I kind of have is, with the fact that you obviously have the core from Rose, how did the rest of the pieces of this roster come together here for Swim?
Honestly, I don't remember. We just kind of reached out to people. Bree kind of knows Wiley pretty well, and then Glowstick already played with Sherrod and Corrupt on YPX. So I think it was just kind of like bringing in familiar faces, people that they were comfortable with, people that they trusted, and their ability to, shoot their guns. And yeah, that's how it all came together.
I kind of have one more question, and then I'll let you shout out to whoever. It doesn't have to be like a player or anything, but what do you feel like now that we're learning about SwimTrek Blue is the team's identity, the strength? Like, what do people, should they fear about the team? What do you feel most confident about your squad?
Honestly, I feel like they should fear us just completely, just like top to bottom. Everyone on this roster can shoot. We kind of have that Paper X kind of style confidence. You should be afraid that we're just going to out-micro you in every single game. And honestly, I think we're all confident that we can do it. And it's going to keep showing.
That's cool.
Love it.
Ash, did you have anything else?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of my questions were answered there because I was actually going to ask the identity question, Riv. I was going to be like, what do you want people to know about you guys? But we got like the masterclass here, right? You want,
we're here to play.
Got, like, yeah, you're here to play. As far as it goes, as far as I guess like later on into the competition, right? I know it's early into the Swiss stage, but I honestly don't have any doubts that you guys are going to be making it into the main event playoffs. How good do you guys feel about your ability to take first here in stage one? Like, what are your goals? I would imagine with this team, knowing these players, it's end game, right?
I mean, honestly, I could tell you that, our goals sky's the limit. Like, we fully believe in ourselves and everything that we can do. But we're just going to take it one step at a time, obviously. Like, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. It's for now, just, go 4-0, keep winning, make it into playoffs. And then once we're in playoffs, we can talk about, what our goals are there. But just one step at a time. Like to stay humble.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I give you the floor. Thank you so much for the interview. Any final words on the way out?
I don't really think I have anything. I'm just shout out to my teammates. They played really well today and all balled out. So props to them. And Melia, I love you, even though we defeated you pretty easily. It sucks, but it's good.
Perfect. Kip, thanks to you as well. A Verizon post-match interview with Kip. Awesome to hear from SwimTrek Blue. They, you were saying it looks like they'll be in that main event. I believe that too. This team's going to be going places, so watch them in the scene. Any final thoughts for today? It was, I did not expect to have our 2-0s, but we got some 2-0s.
Yeah, I honestly thought, I knew that the teams going into today were going to be strong. I did expect some maps to be one-sided, but I thought that both teams were going to be able to, steal away at least a map and take us to a third for a 2 series between SRG and Sen Otter, and then also this one, Swim versus Fly. But I think it's a great start to stage 1. Riv, it's really giving us an idea of where these teams are also going to be landing, standings-wise, what the community can look to expect as we get deeper on into the competition.
Agreed. I cannot wait to see those competitions happen. It is going to be it for the day. 2-0s around the board. Shopify Rebellion and SwimTrek Blue picking up victories on the day. That's going to be it for myself and Ash. And Verizon Game Changers NA is going to be around again. Don't miss the matches. There's more to come. Swiss stage still has to happen. And the teams, they got to get them wins in. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.